Vox Ariana, where we bring you quotes, insights, news, and inspiration for your journey. Tune in for our short stories and uplifting audio pieces, written by J.P. Milesi. Stay inspired, stay empowered.
You're tuned in to Vox Ariana, where every word is a reminder that you are enough, just as you are. No fear, no shame, only the freedom to live, love, and be unapologetically you. Let go of the doubt, embrace your truth, and step into your power. This is Vox Ariana, your voice, your story, your strength.
The program has now come to an end, but our work continues. Up next, we'll bring you messages for our transgender and non-binary community, words of support, strength, and empowerment for everyone who needs to hear them. Please stay tuned here on Vox Ariana.
You're tuned into Vox Ariana, where every word is a reminder that you are enough, just as you are. No fear, no shame, only the freedom to live, love, and be unapologetically you. Let go of the doubt, embrace your truth, and step into your power. This is Vox Ariana, your voice, your story, your strength.
You're listening to Vox Ariana, the voice that reminds you to stand tall, live boldly, and never apologize for who you are. No limits, no shame, just truth, strength, and the power to be yourself. Turn up the volume, tune out the doubt, and step into your power. This is Vox Ariana, where every word is a spark, and every moment is yours to own.
Vox Ariana is named in tribute to Ariana Cano, the first transgender radio host in Argentina and a close friend of the creator of this platform. Ariana made her mark both in radio and interpersonal therapy. This channel honors her fight for diversity and the transgender community because even though she's no longer with us, her spirit lives on in our memories and in the rights the trans community now holds in Argentina, rights we must continue to protect and fight for. After all, nothing endures unless we care for it.
Your future is not limited by the ignorance or fear you face today. As a transgender or non-binary person, you are part of a growing generation reshaping what's possible. The world is evolving, and so are the spaces where you will thrive in schools, workplaces, and communities that value authenticity. Your voice, your story, and your presence are building that future. Hold onto your goals, your dreams, and the truth of who you are. The path isn't always easy, but it leads to a life where you define your success, your happiness, and your place in the world.
You're tuned into Vox Ariana, a project by J.P. Milesi based in Montevideo, Uruguay. This is more than just a platform, it's an evolving experiment in storytelling, community, and the transformative power of new technologies. At Vox Ariana, we're exploring how artificial intelligence and digital innovation can help amplify voices, challenge perspectives, and spark meaningful conversations around diversity, inclusion, LGBTQ+ rights, social awareness, and historical memory. Join us on this journey as we blend creativity with technology, because every voice deserves to be heard.
She's trans, but she's actually really pretty. At first, it might seem like a compliment, but there's a hidden bias beneath the surface. The word "but" implies that being a trans woman and being beautiful are somehow contradictory, as if it's surprising for a trans woman to meet certain standards of beauty. It reinforces the harmful idea that trans women are less authentic or less feminine than cisgender women. Even when well-meaning, comments like this reduce trans women to how well they pass rather than respecting them for who they are. True respect means seeing trans women as women, no qualifiers, no exceptions.
Oh, the critics say LGBTQ people shouldn't lead, succeed, or take power. That's cute. Because, clearly, they've never had to come out to a room full of question marks, dodge stereotypes like it's the Olympics, or explain, again, that being yourself isn't a phase. They think they know struggle? Try fighting for your right to exist every day and still showing up stronger. We don't just survive, we thrive. So go ahead, take that office, that podium, that power. They have no idea who they're up against.
I don't mind trans people, but I still see them as their real gender. It might sound like a personal opinion, but it directly invalidates a trans person's identity. Calling someone's gender assigned at birth their real gender dismisses who they truly are and reinforces the harmful belief that being trans is somehow less authentic. It sends a clear message that their identity isn't valid unless it fits someone else's definition. Even if it's said without malice, the impact is deeply hurtful. Respecting someone's identity means accepting who they say they are, without exceptions, without conditions. The fight for LGBTQ+ rights wasn't easy. It was won through the sacrifice, resilience, and courage of generations before you. But rights are never guaranteed. They must be defended. Complacency is the enemy of progress. If you take equality for granted, it can be taken away. Discrimination, oppression, and backlash still exist, and without your voice, those forces will grow stronger. Stand up, speak out, and push forward. Vote, protest, educate, and support your community. The future depends on you. If you don't fight for what's been won, you may wake up one day and find it gone.
Those who oppose LGBTQ rights claim children should not be exposed to LGBTQ identities, yet they assume all children are straight from birth. Heterosexuality is reinforced through media, traditions, and social norms without question, while any LGBTQ visibility is censored. This contradiction harms LGBTQ children, making them feel invisible, abnormal, or wrong. By denying them the same freedom to explore and express their identity, they are forced into silence and fear. True protection means allowing all children, LGBTQ or not, to grow up with self-acceptance, not subjecting some to shame while granting others unquestioned validation. Those in power know that confident, ambitious LGBTQ individuals threaten their control, so they target the next generation. By erasing rights, restricting representation, and fostering fear, they aim to break young people before they can rise. This is not just about oppression, it's a deliberate strategy to force LGBTQ youth back into silence, just as past generations were kept from thriving. But we cannot let history repeat itself. We must protect and empower the next generation, ensuring they grow up with dignity, ambition, and the freedom to lead. The fight is now, and every effort counts. Stand up, speak out, and defend their future. Those in power maintain control by instilling fear and trauma in marginalized groups from an early age. When individuals grow up with confidence and ambition, they challenge the existing order, making them a threat. To prevent this, society imposes discrimination, erases representation, and restricts rights, ensuring that LGBTQ people remain sidelined. By breaking their spirit early, the system aims to keep them from rising to leadership. However, this strategy is failing. Many have already broken free from fear and are fighting back. The push for equality continues, proving that no amount of oppression can suppress the drive for change. Parents, your child needs you now more than ever. Politicians are erasing their rights, their existence, their future. Don't let them. Fight back. Educate yourself, speak up, challenge schools, challenge lawmakers. Protect your child the way they deserve unconditionally. Silence is not neutrality, it's complicity. Your child's mental health, safety, and future depend on your support. Stand with them, advocate for them, remind the world they exist. If you don't fight for them, who will? Don't wait until it's too late. Be loud, be relentless, be the parent your child needs. The world is watching. Do something. Now.
Every time you live your truth, you become a role model for someone who needs to see that being transgender or non-binary is not only possible, it's powerful. Younger kids, classmates, and even adults are watching how you navigate challenges and celebrate your identity. Your visibility helps others see that they are not alone and that there's a future where they can be themselves without apology. You don't have to be perfect to inspire others. Just being you is enough. Your courage, your voice, and your journey light the way for those still searching for theirs.
LGBTQ+ people? Oh, we only belong in the arts, movies, and fashion. Yep, that's our lane, designing your clothes, directing your films, and making your playlists fire. Because, obviously, running countries, leading corporations, and shaping policies. Way too ambitious. Imagine an LGBTQ plus president. Too much fabulousness for world politics, right? A Supreme Court justice in heels or a prime minister who actually understands human rights. Scandalous. But hey, while others are busy making the rules, we're busy breaking them, and then rewriting them better. So go ahead, take up space. Rule nations. Lead revolutions. And yeah, still make killer art. Just don't let them box you in. Those who seek to cut LGBTQ rights claim to do so for the well-being of children, arguing that protecting them means restricting exposure to LGBTQ identities. However, this approach harms children instead of helping them. Denying representation, support, and inclusive education forces LGBTQ youth into isolation, fear, and trauma. It prevents them from growing up with confidence and ambition, ensuring they remain marginalized. While framed as safeguarding childhood, these actions systematically erase identities, restrict opportunities, and reinforce discrimination. In reality, true well-being comes from inclusion, support, and the freedom to grow without fear, not from repression.
You are stronger than the words and actions meant to break you. Being transgender or non-binary doesn't make you a target. It makes you courageous in a world still learning to understand. Bullying says nothing about your worth and everything about the fear of those who refuse to see your truth. Every day you show up as yourself, you prove that their hate can't erase your existence. You deserve safety, respect, and a future where you can thrive. Hold on to your voice, your identity, and the people who stand beside you. Your strength is real, even when they try to deny it. Be proud. Be you. Hey there, amazing kids. You are special, unique, and exactly who you're meant to be. Whether you're figuring out who you are or already know, remember this. You are worthy of love, respect, and happiness, just as you are. For transgender kids, non-binary kids, and everyone exploring their identity, you belong. Never feel like you have to hide or change to fit in. Your true self is your greatest strength. Stand tall, speak your truth, and always be kind to yourself and to others. Because the world needs you, just as you are. This is a public announcement from Vox Ariana. To all transgender and non-binary kids who love to play, your toys don't define you. You define yourself. Whether you love dolls, trucks, action figures, stuffed animals, or anything else, you have the right to play however you want. If someone tells you, that toy isn't for you, stand tall and say, toys are for everyone. I can play with whatever makes me happy. Never let anyone make you feel small for being yourself. You are powerful. You are valid. You belong. The world is yours to explore, create, and enjoy, just as you are. To every transgender kid out there, you are valid, you are worthy, and you are deeply loved, exactly as you are. Your identity is not something to hide, it's something to celebrate. The strength it takes to be your authentic self is extraordinary, and it inspires more people than you know. To the families walking this path with love and openness, you are the pillars that help your child thrive. Your support is the greatest gift you can give, showing them that they are never alone in this journey. Together, let's create a world where every transgender child feels safe, seen, and empowered to dream without limits. Because everyone deserves a future filled with respect, kindness, and endless possibilities.
Many believe past struggles secured lasting progress, assuming legal changes ended discrimination. Visibility in media and corporate endorsements create an illusion of equality, while systemic issues persist. Activism is often reduced to aesthetics, focusing on social approval rather than real change. There's a reluctance to engage in uncomfortable, direct action, with many prioritizing convenience over impact. Rights are not permanent, They require constant defense. Complacency allows regression, as opposition remains active. Without sustained effort, past achievements can be undone. Those who dismiss earlier struggles may find themselves unprepared when the protections they take for granted start disappearing. In your classroom, every child deserves to feel seen, respected, and free to be themselves. If a transgender or non-binary child doesn't want to play the same way as others, it's your role to speak up and set the standard for inclusion. When a child is told you can't play with that or that's not for you, step in and say, in this classroom, everyone has the right to play how they want. No toy, game, or activity belongs to just one gender. Teach your students that respect and acceptance make a stronger, kinder world. Talk to parents, help them understand that supporting all children's choices in play is key to their growth and well-being. Be the voice that tells every child, you are seen. You are valued. You belong. Your words can change a child's life. Use them.
To every transgender and non-binary kid facing bullying, you are real. You matter. The world may try to break you, but don't let them. Your identity is not up for debate. Keep speaking your truth, keep fighting, and know that you are not alone. Find allies, teachers, friends, organizations that see you and stand with you. Protect your mental health. Walk away when needed, but never shrink yourself to make others comfortable. Their ignorance is not your burden to carry. You deserve respect, love, and a future. Stay strong. Keep going. The world needs you exactly as you are.
Brothers, sisters, siblings. Your voice can be their shield. Having a non-binary or transgender sibling means more than just sharing a family. It means sharing strength, love, and the power to stand up when the world tries to tear them down. In a world that often refuses to see them, you can be the one who makes them feel seen. In spaces where they are silenced, your voice can speak louder. And when society builds walls, you can be the bridge that keeps love and acceptance flowing. No government, no law, no ignorance can erase who they are, but your support can make sure they never feel alone in the fight to be respected. Stand up. Speak out, protect them, because being family means showing up, especially when it matters most. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion. Good evening and welcome to Vox Ariana. Tonight, we bring you a special program specifically designed for parents of transgender and non-binary children. We want to start by thanking you for taking the time to listen. Your presence here matters. It matters to us, and more importantly, it matters to your children. This will be a short program, but it is crucial. We need your attention, your participation, and your willingness to listen and reflect. If you love your children, and we know you do, this is an important step in understanding how to support, protect, and empower them. Stay with us, because coming up next, we will dive into the most pressing issues facing families like yours. Issues that can shape your child's future, well-being, and sense of belonging. This is Vox Ariana. Thank you for being here.
Join Vox Ariana, a voice for justice, inclusion, and historical memory. The world is shifting, and so must our conversations. Vox Ariana is more than just a SoundCloud and YouTube channel. It's a space for critical dialogue on diversity, LGBTQ+ rights, social justice, and the fight against discrimination. In an era where history is rewritten by those in power, we reclaim the truth and amplify the voices that mainstream narratives seek to silence. From exposing systemic injustices to championing equity and inclusion, Vox Ariana delivers sharp, unapologetic content in both Spanish and English. Whether you seek historical awareness, political insight, or a deeper understanding of marginalized communities, this is the platform for you. Silence is complicity. Subscribe, listen, and be part of the resistance.
Your child's identity is not a phase. It's not a debate. It's who they are, and they need you more than ever. As a parent, you hold the power to create a world where your child feels seen, valued, and safe. Silence is not protection. Silence is permission for ignorance, discrimination, and hate to thrive. Stand up, speak out, advocate boldly at schools, in your community, on social media, and at the dinner table. Your voice can break barriers, change laws, and reshape minds. Be the shield they need and the ally they deserve. Don't just accept your child, celebrate them. Fight for their right to exist, to thrive, and to love themselves fully. Because when parents rise, society listens. This is a public announcement by Vox Ariana. Neighbors, it takes a village. Stand with transgender and non-binary kids. Being a good neighbor isn't just about waving hello or lending a hand. It's about creating a community where every child feels safe, valued, and respected, no matter who they are. Transgender and non-binary children deserve more than tolerance. They deserve acceptance, kindness, and a neighborhood that sees their worth, especially when governments and systems try to erase them. Your words matter. Your actions matter. When you speak up against prejudice, when you show empathy and respect, you help build a world where these kids can thrive, not just survive. Don't stand by in silence. Be the neighbor who stands for love, inclusion, and dignity, because it takes all of us to create a truly safe community. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion.
Educators, stand for what's right, not just what's allowed. In every classroom, a child's right to exist, be seen, and be respected should never be up for debate. As teachers, you hold the power to shape minds and protect the most vulnerable, including non-binary and transgender students who are too often silenced by systems that refuse to see them. Governments may choose ignorance. Policies may push prejudice. But you are the voice that echoes in the hearts of your students. Choose empathy over exclusion. Choose courage over compliance. Demand dignity. Demand respect. Because every child deserves to feel safe, valued, and free to be themselves, no matter who tries to say otherwise. Education is about truth. Let's teach it with pride. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion. Thank you for listening to all these clips and for being part of this important conversation. Your support and your willingness to listen, reflect, and share these messages helps amplify the voices and stories that need to be heard. The fight for equality, respect, and dignity is far from over, and together, we can keep it moving forward. Please share these clips with your friends, your family, and your communities. Every conversation matters, every share helps, and awareness is the first step toward change. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel so you can stay up to date with all our future content. You can also follow us on social media to stay connected and continue being part of the conversation. Thank you once again for your time and your support. This has been a production of Vox Ariana, based in Montevideo, Uruguay, a project by Juan Pablo Milesi.
Stand up against harmful religious messaging. Laws protect us from discrimination, but some Christian churches still traumatize LGBTQ youth by condemning their gender identity and future lives as sinful. They do this under the guise of free speech, speech that, while legal, is deeply harmful. The hypocrisy is clear. If an individual were to say the same things about another group, it would be seen as hate speech. Yet religious institutions are given a pass to spread damaging narratives that can lead to shame, fear, and lifelong trauma. We must challenge this double standard. Free speech should not be a shield for harm. If you've experienced this, know that you're not alone, and your identity is not a sin. It's time to push back by sharing our stories, supporting inclusive spaces, and demanding that faith communities be held accountable for the harm they inflict. Your identity is valid. Your future is yours. Speak out, stand strong, and support one another.
This is Vox Ariana, your voice, your story, your space. We are more than just live radio, we also bring you videos in English and Spanish, because your story deserves to be heard in every language. We stand with the transgender and non-binary community, a community that today faces threats, discrimination, and attempts to erase their existence. But here, your voice matters. Your truth matters. Broadcasting from Uruguay, Vox Ariana is a project by Juan Pablo Milesi, created to uplift, inform, and defend the lives of transgender and non-binary people, their families, and their allies. Because when others try to silence you, we turn up the volume. Vox Ariana, your voice without fear. Find us live, find us in video, find us in English and Spanish, find us wherever voices refuse to be erased.
Politicians, leadership demands courage. Protect transgender and non-binary children. Elected office isn't just a title, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to protect all citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Transgender and non-binary children are not political pawns. They are human beings who deserve dignity, safety, and the freedom to exist without fear. Laws that deny their rights or erase their identities don't protect communities, they endanger lives. History will not remember the cowards who chose silence or the opportunists who fueled division. It will remember those who stood for justice, even when it was hard. This is your moment to lead with integrity, not ignorance. To legislate with compassion, not fear. Because true leadership is measured by how fiercely you defend those who cannot yet defend themselves. Do better. Be better. Because children's lives depend on it. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion.
Major corporations are scaling back or reevaluating their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs amid shifting political and legal landscapes. Several financial giants, including JP Chase, Morgan Stanley, and Citigroup, have removed DEI language from their reports, while Google has ended DEI hiring goals. Retailers like Target and Walmart have halted participation in diversity surveys, and companies like McDonald's, Meta, and Harley-Davidson have either dissolved DEI teams or cut back initiatives. Other corporations, including Ford, John Deere, Lowe's, and Toyota, have also scaled back their commitments. However, some companies continue to support DEI efforts. European investment banks such as BNP Paribas and Deutsche Bank have upheld their policies, as have Delta Airlines, Apple, Costco, and Microsoft. Additionally, Alt Finance and HEB have reaffirmed their commitment to diversity, citing business and social benefits. As the corporate approach to DEI evolves, businesses are balancing legal considerations with the need to attract diverse talent and customers. Stay tuned for more updates.
To the LGBTQ+ community in Iran, your existence is resistance, and you are not alone. In a world that tries to silence you, your very existence is a revolution. In a country where being gay is condemned, where love is labeled a crime, your courage to live, to love, and to hope makes you unstoppable. To every gay person in Iran hiding their truth, feeling the weight of fear, know this: you are not broken. You are not wrong. You are powerful beyond measure. The world may not always speak loudly enough for you, but Vox Ariana is here, amplifying your voice across borders, across walls, across silence. Love is not a crime. Your identity is not a sin. And no government, no law, no hate can erase who you are. In the face of injustice, your love is an act of defiance. In the face of fear, your hope is a beacon. You are not alone. We see you. We stand with you. And we will never stop fighting for a world where you can live freely, loudly, and proudly. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion.
To every non-binary and transgender teenager, you're stronger than you know, and you are not alone. I'm building this radio, Vox Ariana, in the quiet spaces between heartbreak and hope. As I sit by my father's side, watching him slowly fade, I carry the weight of loss while holding onto the fire of purpose. And through all of it, I'm thinking of you. Because I know what it feels like to carry pain in silence. To feel invisible in a world that tries to erase you. But I also know this: your existence is a rebellion, a masterpiece, a light in the darkness. Even when the world feels overwhelming, even when it feels like you're screaming into the void, you matter. You deserve to be heard, to be seen, to be loved without conditions or apologies. I'm here, building this platform, fighting through my own grief, because you deserve a voice that never wavers. You deserve a space where your truth is not just accepted, but celebrated. You are not a problem to be fixed. You are a force to be reckoned with. And even in my hardest moments, I'm still here for you. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion. To every child and teen in Christian families struggling to come out, you are not alone. Your identity is not a mistake, and your truth is not a sin. You are created with purpose, love, and infinite worth, exactly as you are. No belief, no doctrine, and no fear should ever silence who you truly are inside. It's okay to feel scared. It's okay to question. But know this: you deserve love without conditions. You deserve to be seen, valued, and celebrated for your authentic self. If your family's faith makes it hard for them to fully embrace you right now, hold on. There are people, communities, and allies who will stand by you, support you, and fight for your right to live openly and proudly. You are part of a greater family that transcends walls, dogma, and judgment. You are brave. You are worthy. And you are deeply, deeply loved. Don't let silence steal your story. Speak when you can. Reach out when you're ready. There is hope. There is healing. And there is a future waiting for you, one where you can live freely and fully, exactly as you are. This is a public announcement by Vox Ariana.
Hello, everyone. Let's take a moment to clear up some common misunderstandings about gender, sexual orientation, and sex. These are not the same thing, and understanding the differences can help create a more respectful and inclusive society. Sex is what you're assigned at birth based on physical traits, usually labeled as male, female, or intersex. It's purely biological. Gender is about who you are inside, how you feel and identify yourself. This could be male, female, both, neither, or something else entirely. Gender is not always tied to the sex you were assigned at birth. Sexual orientation is about who you're attracted to. It's who you love or feel connected to romantically or physically. This can be people of the same gender, different genders, all genders, or sometimes no one at all. Here's a simple way to look at it. Sex is your body, gender is your identity, and sexual orientation is who you love. These are three different things, and respecting that can make a big difference in how we treat one another. We all deserve kindness, dignity, and respect, no matter who we are or who we love. This is a public announcement from Vox Ariana. Please listen, learn, and let everyone be who they are.
To every transgender child, never let anyone silence your truth. You are powerful, unique, and a vital part of this world. Your existence challenges fear with courage and transforms ignorance with love. You deserve to be seen, heard, and celebrated, not hidden away. To the parents who stand beside their children with unconditional love, you are the guardians of hope. In a world that sometimes tries to erase or ignore your child's identity, your love becomes their shield. It takes strength to stand against systems that seek to diminish your child's light, but your courage is shaping a more compassionate future. And to those in positions of power who push laws, policies, and narratives that aim to erase transgender lives, history will remember where you stood. Silencing children, erasing identities, and denying families the right to love openly is not leadership. It is fear masquerading as authority. We demand better. Visibility is power. Love is resistance. And no law, policy, or prejudice can erase the truth of who these children are. The future belongs to them, and it's brighter because of it.
To every LGBTQ+ kid, and especially to every transgender child, you are beautiful. You are strong. You are enough, exactly as you are. Your identity is not something to hide or question. It's something to embrace and celebrate. In a world that sometimes tries to make you feel small or invisible, remember this: you matter. Your voice matters. Your dreams matter. You are part of a powerful community that stands for love, authenticity, and freedom. And you are never alone. To families, your love and support are the greatest acts of courage. Standing with your child sends a message that echoes far beyond your home. that love is unconditional and everyone deserves to live fully and freely. Now is the time to rise together. Speak out. Show up. Be loud about love, equality, and acceptance. Whether it's in your schools, your communities, or simply within your circle of friends, every act of kindness, every truth spoken, and every hand held makes a difference. The world needs your light. Shine it unapologetically, because you are the future, and the future is bright, diverse, and unstoppable.
You're listening to Vox Ariana, broadcasting from Montevideo, Uruguay, where we amplify the voices that refuse to be silenced. Today, we bring you a sobering reality: homosexuality is still illegal in 64 countries around the world. In some places, simply loving who you love is punishable by imprisonment, and in others, by death. In parts of Africa, the Middle East, and even the Caribbean, LGBTQ+ individuals face persecution, violence, and erasure. Countries like Afghanistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Nigeria enforce the death penalty for same-sex relationships, while others impose harsh prison sentences, forcing millions to live in fear. But here at Vox Ariana, we believe in a world where love is not a crime, where being yourself is not a danger, and where no one is banned from existing. We stand in solidarity with those still fighting for their freedom, and we won't stop speaking up until every person, everywhere, can live openly, proudly, and without fear. This is more than a broadcast, it's a call to action. Keep listening, keep resisting, and never forget, you are not alone. This is Vox Ariana, where freedom speaks.
For too long, we have stood at the front lines of every battle for LGBTQ+ rights, only to be discarded, erased, and betrayed. We fought for marriage equality, for visibility, for justice, not just for ourselves, but for the entire queer community. And now, many of those who benefited from our sacrifices have turned their backs on us. Some are even complicit in efforts to legislate our existence out of public life. Let's be clear, we are not powerless. We are not alone. And we are not going to be silent. We must organize, build networks of support, uplift each other, and create spaces where we are valued and protected. We must educate, expose those who weaponize government and public opinion against us, challenge their narratives, and make our voices impossible to ignore. We must resist in every way we can, whether through advocacy, activism, community building, or simply by refusing to disappear. Our existence is not negotiable. Our rights are not optional. And our fight is far from over. Now is the time to stand together, speak out, and reclaim our power, not just for ourselves, but for every trans and non-binary person who comes after us. We are here, we are real, and we will not be erased.
Argentina, when rights are silenced, it's up to us to speak louder. The dismantling of the Human Rights Department in Argentina isn't just a bureaucratic change, it's a direct threat to justice, equality, and the safety of those who have been silenced for too long. When governments erase protections, it's not neutrality, it's neglect. And in that neglect, lives are put at risk. But history has shown us, when systems fail, the people rise. This is the moment to stand shoulder to shoulder, for the transgender teen terrified to walk to school, for the non-binary worker denied basic respect, for every voice that now echoes without the protection it deserves. Human rights don't vanish because an office closes. They live in us, in our courage, in our defiance, in our refusal to stay silent. Raise your voice. Demand accountability. Show the world that Argentina will not back down in the face of injustice. Because when governments erase rights, the people must write them back into history. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion.
To every child and teen in Mormon families facing isolation for who you are, you were born with a light that no one has the right to dim. Your identity, every part of it, is valid, beautiful, and worthy of love. No church, no doctrine, and no judgment can take away the truth of who you are. If you are being isolated, silenced, or kept indoors because of your identity, know this: you are not broken, and you do not need fixing. The pain you're feeling isn't your fault. It's the weight of a system that sometimes forgets its core message: love, compassion, and acceptance. You deserve more than locked doors and hushed conversations. You deserve freedom, respect, and a life where you can live openly, joyfully, and without fear. Even if your family or community can't fully understand you now, there are people who will. There are safe spaces, allies, and voices who will stand with you, fight for you, and remind you every day that you matter. You are not alone. You are strong. You are worthy. Don't let isolation become your whole world. When you're ready, reach out. There are hands waiting to hold yours. There is a community that sees you, loves you, and celebrates the truth you carry inside. This is a public announcement by Vox Ariana.
To every non-binary and transgender teenager, you are not alone. You are powerful. In a world that sometimes feels heavy with judgment and silence, know this: you are seen, you are real, and you are worthy of every ounce of love and respect. There will be days when it feels like the world is too loud with hate and too quiet with kindness. Days when you wonder if anyone truly understands. But you are the future, vibrant, courageous, unstoppable. You are writing stories that generations before you could only dream of. You are not broken. You are not a burden. You are a beacon. Find your voice, even if it shakes. Love yourself fiercely, even when the world tries to make it hard. And remember, there is a growing army of people who stand with you, who fight for you, because you deserve a world that celebrates you exactly as you are. When it feels dark, reach out. When you feel invisible, know that you are part of something bigger, a movement, a community, a family that refuses to let you fall. You are strength. You are light. You are enough. Always. This message is brought to you by Vox Ariana, amplifying voices for equality and inclusion. Hello to the brave and beautiful youth within the Mormon community. You may have been told that loving someone of the same sex or expressing who you truly are is something shameful or even comparable to the worst of wrongs. But let me be clear, this is not true. Your feelings, your identity, and your love are valid. They are not sins. They are not mistakes. They are a part of who you are: deep, beautiful, and worthy of respect. No one should ever make you feel ashamed for loving someone or for simply being yourself. Teachings that compare love between two people of the same sex to something as dark as murder are deeply harmful and dangerously false. These ideas create fear, shame, and isolation, when what you really deserve is understanding, compassion, and acceptance. You are not broken. You are not wrong. You are enough. If you're feeling alone, scared, or trapped between faith and identity, know this: there is a whole world of people who see you, love you, and support you. There is strength in your truth. There is courage in being yourself. And there is hope beyond fear. Reach out. Speak up. You are not alone. You have the right to live freely, love openly, and walk through life knowing you are worthy of kindness and happiness, just as you are. This is a public announcement from Vox Ariana. Stand tall. Speak your truth. And never forget, you deserve love.
The denial and erasure of non-binary and transgender children's identities is a direct violation of the core principle of true will. The right of every individual to discover, express, and manifest their authentic self without external oppression. Every person is a star, each with their own unique path to follow. To forcibly suppress a child's understanding of who they are is to cut them from their true will before they can fully begin to explore it. This is not an act of protection, but a calculated attempt to extinguish the flame of personal sovereignty in those deemed undesirable by the dominant order. The targeting of non-binary and transgender children is not random. It reflects a broader will to preserve rigid power structures rooted in fear of the transformative potential these children represent. By invalidating their existence early, society ensures they internalize shame, confusion, and self-doubt, cutting them off from their inner divinity and their power to challenge the systems that fear them. The suppression of identity, particularly through trauma, isolation, and forced conformity, is a profane assault on the central truth that each individual has the divine right to fully become themselves. Respecting and uplifting the identities of non-binary and transgender children is not just a moral obligation, it is an alignment with the following law: do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, a recognition that each being's will, identity, and existence is sacred. Because love is the law, love under will. The denial and erasure of non-binary and transgender children's identities is a direct violation of the core principle of true will. The right of every individual to discover, express, and manifest their authentic self without external oppression. Every person is a star, each with their own unique path to follow. To forcibly suppress a child's understanding of who they are is to cut them from their true will before they can fully begin to explore it. This is not an act of protection, but a calculated attempt to extinguish the flame of personal sovereignty in those deemed undesirable by the dominant order. The targeting of non-binary and transgender children is not random. It reflects a broader will to preserve rigid power structures rooted in fear of the transformative potential these children represent. By invalidating their existence early, society ensures they internalize shame, confusion, and self-doubt, cutting them off from their inner divinity and their power to challenge the systems that fear them. The suppression of identity, particularly through trauma, isolation, and forced conformity, is a profane assault on the central truth that each individual has the divine right to fully become themselves. Respecting and uplifting the identities of non-binary and transgender children is not just a moral obligation, it is an alignment with the following law: do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, a recognition that each being's will, identity, and existence is sacred. Because love is the law, love under will. Alright, let's break this down with a bit of humor. Imagine you're at a big dinner party. The host stands up and says, "Everyone here is welcome. We love all our guests equally." But then you look around, and you notice that some guests, let's say the LGBTQ+ guests, haven't been given plates, forks, or even a chair. Meanwhile, others are happily eating, completely unaware that some folks are struggling to get a bite. So the LGBTQ+ guests politely raise their hands and say, "Hey, can we get some plates too?" And then someone from across the table yells, "But all guests matter." Yes, sure, all guests matter, but some are clearly still waiting for their basic needs to be recognized. Saying all guests matter doesn't magically put food on the table for everyone. That's why the LGBTQ+ community keeps speaking up. It's not about saying they're more important. It's about pointing out that they've been overlooked, ignored, or even actively pushed away from the table for far too long. Now, about those tags, LGBTQ+, transgender, non-binary, etc. Think of them like name tags at a networking event. If everyone just wore a tag that said person, it would be a bit confusing, right? Labels help people find their community, recognize shared experiences, and, most importantly, help others see that these groups exist and deserve respect. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need the tags because everyone would already have a seat at the table. But until that happens, we'll keep reminding people, "Hey, we're here, we matter, and we'd really like some silverware, too." To a Christian parent who may struggle with understanding gender identity but truly wants their child to be happy and successful, I would explain it like this. As a parent, your love for your child is unconditional. You want them to be happy, to grow up feeling loved, and to succeed in life. These are values that align with the teachings of compassion, love, and respect that Christianity emphasizes. Gender identity is not something that children choose on a whim. It is a deep, intrinsic part of who they are, much like personality, talents, and faith. When a child expresses their gender identity, especially if it differs from what was assigned to them at birth, they are not rebelling or being influenced by external factors. They are simply revealing a truth about themselves, a truth that already exists. Many Christian parents worry that affirming a child's gender goes against their beliefs. But consider this, if God created each person uniquely, wouldn't that also mean He created their inner sense of self? Rejecting that would be rejecting part of who they are, which can lead to deep emotional wounds, depression, anxiety, and even the tragic risk of self-harm. Studies have shown that children who are affirmed in their gender identity, who are supported by their parents, grow into well-adjusted, successful adults. On the other hand, those who face rejection, pressure, or denial often struggle with their mental health and self-worth. Your child's happiness and well-being should always come first. That doesn't mean you have to abandon your faith, but rather you can practice it in a way that prioritizes love, acceptance, and kindness. After all, Jesus Himself embraced those who were different and marginalized, showing love above all else. You don't have to understand everything right away. But listening, learning, and showing your child that you see them and accept them for who they are will give them the strength and confidence they need to thrive. What greater gift can a parent give than that?
Oh, so now we have to fight for the right to exist? Cute. Because apparently, the mere existence of transgender kids is so controversial, it requires a full-blown societal debate. Imagine being so bothered by someone else living their truth that you feel the burning need to draft legislation about it. Breathtaking. But let's get something straight, pun intended. Transgender kids aren't some sort of political science experiment. They aren't glitches in the Matrix or rebellious toddlers who just woke up one morning and thought, you know what? I want to make my life unnecessarily complicated for fun. Nope. They're just kids. Kids who, shockingly, know who they are better than that distant uncle who still calls TikTok the TikTok. And here's where it gets really spicy. Some people genuinely believe they have the moral authority to deny these kids their basic rights. Because nothing screams, defender of society, quite like telling an 8-year-old that their identity is invalid. Bravo. Standing ovation. I mean, what's next? Legislating against left-handed people? They've been suspiciously quiet. So, kids, if you're reading this, and honestly, you're probably cooler than I am, here's the thing. Nobody gets to decide if you're valid. Not some suit in an office who's never met you. Not that one neighbor who thinks every problem can be solved with discipline. And definitely not the folks who still think LGBTQ rights are some kind of limited time trend like frosted tips in the 90s. You've got a voice. Use it. Loudly. Annoyingly if necessary. Because history? It's always been rewritten by the ones who refuse to sit quietly. So go on. Be relentless. Be fabulous. And above all, never let anyone gaslight you into thinking your existence is up for debate. The colors of the sky. In the little town of Miraluz, there was a child named Sol. Sol wasn't like the other kids in their class. When people asked, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Sol would smile and say, "I'm just me." Sol loved painting the sky, sometimes with bright golden yellows like the sunrise, sometimes with deep purples like twilight, and sometimes with a mix of every color imaginable. "Why choose just one?" they'd say, their brush dancing across the canvas. But not everyone in Miraluz understood. Some kids would whisper, "You have to be one or the other." And some grown-ups would shake their heads, saying, "The sky should stay just blue." One day, Sol met a wise old butterfly named Arco. Its wings shimmered with every color of the rainbow. "Why do you look so happy?" Sol asked. Arco fluttered onto Sol's shoulder and said, "Because I know who I am, and I love every color I carry."
Sol thought about that.
But what if people don't like my colors?
Arco smiled.
The sky doesn't ask for permission to shine. It just does. And you are your own sky. From that day on, Sol never let anyone make them feel small. They painted, danced, and laughed in every color of the sky. And soon, other kids started to paint their own skies too, blue, pink, orange, green, and every shade in between. Miraluz became a town of colors, where everyone was free to be exactly who they were. And Sol? Sol kept shining, just as they were always meant to.
There was a time
Not too long ago, when countless LGBTQ+ individuals lived in silence, fear, and isolation, the silent generation, those born between 1928 and 1945, grew up in a world where being anything other than heterosexual was seen as a sickness, a crime, or a moral failing. Science wasn't on their side. Psychology labeled them as disordered. Medicine offered no understanding, only rejection. They were forced into the shadows, made to believe they were broken or wrong. Many lived entire lives in hiding, carrying the weight of invisibility, shame, and fear of discovery. They didn't have the vocabulary to describe who they were. They didn't have allies. They didn't have safe spaces. But you do. Today's generations, Millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha, stand in a different world. Science now recognizes that being LGBTQ+ is not a disorder, but a natural and valid part of human diversity. Psychology and medicine advocate for mental health, gender-affirming care, and the right to self-expression. Voices that were once silenced are now amplified. But with this power comes responsibility. We owe it to those who came before us, the ones who couldn't live their truths, to fight harder, speak louder, and ensure that no one is forced back into silence. Their struggle paved the way for the freedoms we have today. Let their invisibility fuel our visibility. Let their isolation strengthen our community. You have science on your side. You have language. You have a global community. You have power. Use it. Advocate. Educate. Love openly. Fight for those who still can't. Because every generation that rises owes a debt to the ones who survived in the shadows. This is a public announcement from Vox Ariana. Speak out. Stand proud. Never forget who paved the way.
You ever notice how some people claim to be your biggest ally, but the way they support you feels like they're helping a stray dog cross a busy street? Like, thanks, I guess, but also, what exactly do you think I am? Because nothing screams, I see you as an equal, quite like the subtle head pat that comes with I support you, even though it must be so hard being you. These are the folks who slap rainbow filters on their profile pics every June, but can't quite hide the internalized homophobia or transphobia simmering just beneath their ally exterior. They'll say things like, I'm totally cool with gay people as long as they're not, too in your face about it, or I fully support trans rights. I just think the whole pronoun thing is a bit much. Oh, the generosity. Nothing says respect like conditional acceptance. The real kicker? You don't always notice it right away. At first, it feels kind of nice. They're vocal, they're woke. They even post articles about LGBTQ issues, granted, sometimes without reading past the headline, but it's the thought that counts, right?
Wrong.
One day, out of nowhere, they'll hit you with the, I just worry about your lifestyle. It can't be easy. Have you considered therapy? And suddenly, you realize you weren't a friend. You were their charity case. It's that subtle kind of superiority, the I'm here to fix you vibe, wrapped up in compliments that feel like backhanded slaps. You're so brave for just being yourself. Translation? I could never live like that, but wow. Good for you. So here's the deal. Beware of the helpers who see you as a project instead of a person. Real allies walk beside you, not ahead of you, dragging you along like a confused golden retriever. Because at the end of the day, if someone's support comes with a side of judgment or a pinch of pity, it's not support, it's condescension in a pride-colored wrapper. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll walk myself. Rainbow washing, the ultimate corporate magic trick, where companies turn superficial support into cold, hard cash, all while pretending they care about the LGBTQ community. It's that special time of year when logos get doused in rainbow colors, executives post vaguely supportive tweets, and capitalism decides that queer identities make fantastic marketing. Let's talk about the heavy hitters. Meta, for starters. You think a company controlling half the internet could at least fake some meaningful allyship, right?
Wrong.
Every June, Facebook and Instagram go full-on rainbow. New profile frames, hashtags, even little pride-themed stickers. But come July 1st?
Gone.
Like a one-night stand that ghosted you. Meanwhile, their algorithms are quietly flagging LGBTQ content as sensitive and letting actual hate speech slide because, community guidelines. It's almost poetic, if poetry was shallow and driven by ad revenue. Then there's McDonald's, because nothing says love is love quite like a Big Mac wrapped in rainbow paper. During Pride Month, they slap rainbows on fries, cups, maybe even Ronald McDonald's oversized shoes, all while donating to politicians who actively push anti-LGBTQ legislation. But hey, at least your Happy Meal came with a side of hypocrisy, right? And of course, X, formerly known as Twitter, because even corporate rebrands can't hide bad intentions. Under new management, and by new I mean chaotic, X somehow made the platform less safe for LGBTQ users while still managing to roll out rainbow emojis during Pride. It's like a toxic ex who sends you flowers, but also blocks your number. Bravo. So yeah, rainbow washing, where big brands pretend to be allies for a month, only to cash out and ghost. Because at the end of the day, nothing screams we care like monetizing your identity, one rainbow-wrapped burger at a time.
When children grow up in environments where their gender identity is not respected, they learn early on that who they are is not accepted by society. This constant invalidation creates deep psychological trauma, instilling fear, self-doubt, and a sense of unworthiness. Instead of growing with confidence and ambition, many LGBTQ+ youth internalize this rejection, leading to anxiety, depression, and a reluctance to take up space in the world. As these children become adults, the fear they were conditioned to feel does not simply disappear. It shapes their aspirations, limiting their willingness to pursue leadership roles, enter politics, or fight for systemic change. They have been taught that stepping forward invites hostility, discrimination, and even violence. As a result, many choose survival over visibility, leaving positions of power to those who uphold the very systems that once oppressed them. This cycle is not accidental. It is part of a broader social mechanism that maintains inequality. The backlash against LGBTQ+ rights is not just about laws and policies. It is about ensuring that queer people remain afraid to challenge the status quo. The idea of a gay president, a trans senator, or a non-binary Supreme Court justice terrifies those who have built their power on exclusion. They fear that if LGBTQ+ individuals step into leadership, they will dismantle the very structures that once tried to erase them. By keeping queer people afraid from childhood, society limits their potential and ensures that power remains in the hands of those who benefit from discrimination. Breaking this cycle requires not just legal protections but a cultural shift, one that affirms children's identities, fosters their confidence, and teaches them that they have the right to lead. Only then can we move toward a world where fear no longer dictates who holds power.
The star who found its light. Deep in the vast, endless sky, beyond the tallest mountains and the deepest seas, there was a little star named Lumi. Lumi twinkled softly among millions of other stars, but something didn't feel quite right. The other stars called Lumi he or she, but neither felt true. Lumi didn't shine like the others. While some stars burned bright and fiery red, and others glowed cool and silvery blue, Lumi's light flickered uncertainly, like a question waiting to be answered. One evening, Lumi sighed. I don't know what kind of star I am. The wise old moon, round and glowing, heard Lumi's whisper. With a gentle smile, the moon said, Why must you be like the others? Every star has its own way to shine. But, if I'm not like them, then who am I? Lumi asked. The moon tilted its head. That's for you to decide. No one can name your light but you. Lumi thought about this, feeling a warmth grow inside. Maybe, just maybe, their light was different, but that didn't mean it was wrong. The next night, Lumi stopped trying to shine like the red stars, or the blue stars, and instead, let their own light grow, just as it was. And something beautiful happened. Lumi's glow changed, not red, not blue, but golden and soft, like the first light of morning. The other stars gasped. Lumi, you're glowing. Lumi smiled, feeling warm and true for the first time. Yes, I am. And from that day forward, Lumi shone, not as what others expected, but as who they truly were. A star, all their own.
Let's talk about empowerment. Because, apparently, in this golden age of social media, fake news, and spray-tanned political disasters, we still need to remind LGBTQ youth that they exist, they're valid, and they're beautiful, despite the best efforts of certain orange-tinted individuals who think civil rights are a seasonal trend, like pumpkin spice lattes. Yes, I'm talking about Donald Trump, the man who once held a rainbow flag upside down like it was some ancient artifact he found buried under a golf course. The same guy who, during his presidency, treated LGBTQ rights like an annoying side quest in a video game he didn't want to play. Remember when he tweeted about being a friend to the community? And then, plot twist, immediately rolled back protections, banned transgender people from serving in the military, and sat there like, what? I'm not homophobic. I let Elton John play at my wedding. But let's not get lost in the tragic comedy of it all. This isn't just about one man's inability to pronounce LGBTQ without sounding like he's reading it for the first time. It's about the generations of LGBTQ youth who watched in real time as policies were written to erase them by people who can barely operate an iPhone without help. So, to the young queers scrolling through this while dodging Facebook comments from that one high school acquaintance who thinks Tucker Carlson is a philosopher, you are the future. And the future isn't going to be built by people who think diversity is adding one gay cousin to a sitcom. It's going to be built by you, loud, resilient, sarcastic as hell, and ready to dismantle systems that treat your existence like a political opinion. When Trump and his minions try to frame basic human rights as radical leftist agendas, laugh. When they say you're too loud, crank up the volume. Because the greatest threat to people like him? A generation that refuses to shrink for anyone's fragile ego. So go ahead, be unapologetic, be bold. And if you ever need motivation, just remember, somewhere out there, Donald Trump is still probably wondering if the Q in LGBTQ stands for quiet. The star that shines in every color. In the village of Brelavida, there was a child named Luma. Luma loved stars more than anything. They would lie on the grass at night, watching how each one twinkled in its own special way. But Luma had a secret, one they were afraid to share. When people asked, "Are you a boy or a girl?" they didn't know what to say. Some days they felt like neither, some days both, and some days something entirely different. At school, the other kids didn't understand. "You have to pick one," they'd say. "That's just how it is." Luma felt like a star that didn't fit in the sky. One evening, they climbed up to their favorite spot on the hill, where the stars shone the brightest. Tears filled their eyes as they whispered, "I wish I could just be me." That's when a voice answered, "But you are." Luma looked around. There was no one there, only the stars, twinkling above. Then, one star shone brighter than all the rest. It flickered and danced in different colors, gold, blue, purple, pink, and green. "Look at me," the star said. "I don't have just one color. I shine in all of them. And that doesn't make me less of a star. It makes me special." Luma's heart pounded. But what if people don't understand? The star twinkled. Some won't. But that doesn't change who you are. You don't need to fit into their sky. You belong in your own. Luma felt warmth fill their chest. Maybe they weren't a single color. Maybe they were a whole universe. The next day, when someone asked, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Luma took a deep breath and said, "I'm just Luma." Some people still didn't understand, but others smiled and said, "That's wonderful." As time passed, more kids started to share their own colors, just like Luma. They learned that the sky wasn't just blue, and stars weren't just white. The world was full of colors, beautiful, brilliant, and endless. And Luma? They kept shining just as they were always meant to.
Listen up, fabulous humans of the LGBTQ community. Especially you, my brilliant, unstoppable transgender warriors. I need you to grab a mirror, look deep into it and say, I am not here to be anyone's background character. Because guess what? You're the main event. The headliner. The glitter explosion in a world that still thinks beige is a personality. Now I know what you're told. Ignore the haters. Be the bigger person. Take the high road. Oh honey, please. If I wanted the high road, I'd be a mountain goat. But here's the thing. Sometimes the haters need a little reminder that you're not here to be silent, invisible, or worse, polite in the face of nonsense. Because silence, it's overrated. And quite frankly, it's exhausting pretending you don't hear that one relative at family dinner whispering, it's just a phase. You have every right to clap back. No, I'm not talking about going full keyboard warrior and turning Thanksgiving into a UFC match, but a well-placed sarcastic, wow, Karen revolutionary thought process. Did you come up with that all by yourself? Can be chef's kiss. See, defending yourself isn't about throwing grenades. It's about tossing glitter bombs of truth that stick. To every transgender kid out there who's been told to just be quiet and blend in, you were not born to be wallpaper. You are the entire mural. You think Picasso sat there wondering if people thought his art was too much? No. He went full-on weird and made history. So wear that neon eyeliner, strut in those boots that scream, I'm the moment. And when someone throws shade, remind them you are the sun. And for the folks who say, why do you have to make it all about being LGBTQ? I don't know, Brenda. Why do you make it all about your gluten-free muffins at every office meeting? People love to act like visibility is an attack on their fragile little eyeballs. It's not. It's existence. It's survival. And sorry not sorry, it's fabulous. So, don't just survive. Don't just ignore it. Respond. Laugh. Push back. Live so loudly that the haters need earplugs. Because in a world that wants to put you on mute, your voice is your power. Use it. Mic drop.
Let me start by saying this loud and clear. You exist. Shocking, I know. Apparently, in the year of our collective chaos, some people still think they can debate the existence of LGBTQ folks like it's some sort of philosophical thought experiment. Newsflash. You're not Schrodinger's cat. You don't flicker in and out of reality based on someone's opinion. You're here, you're fabulous, and no amount of pearl clutching from Aunt Karen at Thanksgiving can change that. Now, to the younger LGBTQ generations, oh, you resilient, rainbow-infused rebels. You are the absolute nightmare of every outdated bigot who still uses the term lifestyle choice. And that, my friends, is a beautiful thing. But here's the deal. Existing is great, but existing loudly? That's where the magic happens. Because while society loves to slap on a rainbow filter every June like it's a badge of allyship, it also loves to quietly pass laws and fuel internet trolls who think pronouns are a government conspiracy. And who's going to call that out? You are. Yes, you in your oversized hoodie, scrolling through TikTok at 2 a.m. You've got more power than you think. But wait, what about the people who say, I don't care what you are, just don't shove it in my face? Oh, bless them. Because heaven forbid anyone has to endure the horror of seeing two women hold hands or, God forbid, someone existing outside the tired gender binary. But don't worry, Brenda. Timmy's still going to turn out fine after seeing a trans person buying coffee. So here's your mission, young queers of the universe. Be unapologetic. Demand the rights you deserve. Take up space, preferably the kind that makes narrow-minded people uncomfortably shift in their chairs. And when someone tries to invalidate you,
laugh.
Because nothing drives them crazier than realizing their ignorance has zero impact on your self-worth. You are beautiful. No asterisk, no footnote, no, but only if. Full stop. So go out there. Be loud.
Be proud.
Be the fabulous force of nature you were born to be. And remember, the future isn't just bright, it's practically blinding, and it's got your name all over it.
I am here. I am alive. I am valid. And I refuse to be erased. To every transgender and non-binary person reading this, you don't need anyone's approval to exist. You don't need permission to live your truth. You were born worthy. Your identity is not a mistake, not a phase, not something to be fixed. It's powerful, it's real, and it matters. The world will try to make you small. It will try to box you in, strip you of your voice, and tell you that you don't belong. But listen to me, those voices, they come from fear. Fear of what you represent. Because you, in all your authenticity, are a threat to everything they've built on lies. They know that once you step into your power, there's no stopping you. And that terrifies them. They fear your strength. They fear your resilience. They fear your ability to rewrite the rules they set in stone. Because when we rise, we break the walls they built to keep us out. We challenge the systems designed to silence us. We become the force they can no longer ignore. But this is bigger than fear. This is about power. It's about reclaiming it. It's about standing tall in a world that wants you bent and broken. It's about taking your place in classrooms, in boardrooms, in governments, in every space they told you wasn't yours. Because it is yours. And it always has been. I'm not here to ask for acceptance. I'm not here to beg for respect. I'm here to demand it. We are not fragile. We are not invisible. We are not less. We are warriors, creators, leaders, thinkers, builders. We hold the future in our hands, and it's time we stop letting anyone tell us what we can or can't do. So rise, speak, shout if you have to. Be the person they tried to crush. Live loudly, love unapologetically, lead without fear. And if they try to stop you, let them try, because they will fail. To the ones who still try to erase us, your fear won't stop us. Your laws won't erase us. Your hate won't break us. We are the storm you hoped would never come, and we are here to take what's ours. We are unstoppable, and we are not backing down.
Let's get one thing straight, because apparently, that's still necessary. Respecting the identity of non-binary and transgender children is not some radical, fringe idea. It's basic human decency. But somehow, here we are in a world where grown adults in suits, looking at you, Donald Trump and every conservative politician who treats empathy like it's toxic waste, think it's their life's mission to control what kids wear, who they are, and even what pronouns they use. Because, of course, that's the biggest threat to society, not climate change, gun violence, or actual issues that require brain cells. No, apparently, a 10-year-old asking to be called by a different name is what's going to bring down Western civilization. Total chaos. Dogs and cats living together. Absolute anarchy. Or, more accurately, it's a child just existing peacefully, but that doesn't sound as terrifying on Fox News. Here's the thing. Non-binary and transgender kids aren't some new trend like fidget spinners or kale smoothies. They've always been here. The difference now is they're finally being seen, and that, for some politicians, is simply unacceptable. Because God forbid a child feels respected and validated before the age of 40. That might actually make them grow up happy and well-adjusted. And where's the political capital in that? Empowering this generation means doing exactly the opposite of what these politicians want. It means telling kids, hey, you know what? You deserve to exist as you are without some angry guy in Congress deciding if your pronouns are acceptable. It means protecting them from policies and laws designed not to help but to shame, erase, and control. Because, plot twist, children aren't political pawns. They're people. Wild concept, I know. The goal here isn't complicated. We want kids to grow up into confident, kind, and successful adults. But how do we expect them to do that if, from day one, they're told that who they are is a problem that needs fixing? Spoiler alert, we can't. And frankly, we shouldn't have to explain this in 2025, but since some people are still stuck in 1952, here we are. So, no, we're not going to let Trump or any politician who thinks empathy is for snowflakes decide the fate of these kids. We're here to empower them, lift them up, and make sure that the only thing ruining their childhood is bad cafeteria food, not outdated, fear-driven politics. Oh, transgender women, the ultimate plot twist in society's carefully scribbled script. You'd think in the 21st century, people would have finally figured out that gender isn't some two-option menu like a sad fast food joint. But no, society's been clutching its pearls so hard, I'm surprised diamonds haven't popped out. Let's talk suffering. Transgender women have been through it all. ostracism, violence, being the butt of every lazy comedian's joke, and, of course, the timeless classic, bathroom politics. Because apparently, where someone pees is more threatening than, say, climate change. And God forbid a trans woman wants to use the ladies' room. Suddenly, half the population transforms into self-declared toilet inspectors. Truly, the hill humanity chose to die on. But it's not just bathrooms. Try getting a job, healthcare, or, hell, basic respect. Trans women often walk into interviews, not just carrying resumes, but also the baggage of societal bias. Sorry, we're looking for someone who fits the culture. Translation? We're not emotionally mature enough to handle diversity. Medical care? A maze of awkward silences, misgendering, and insurance that reads, "We don't cover that." Yet, here's the plot twist within the plot twist. Despite it all, transgender women stand tall. Glitter, heels, and all. Beacons of hope? Absolutely. Because it takes a special kind of badassery to face a world that tries to erase you and say, "Nah, I'm good. I'll be over here, thriving." And society? Oh, it loves the aesthetic of rebellion, but not the rebels themselves. Pride Month rolls around, and suddenly every corporation's logo explodes into a rainbow. We support you, but only till July 1st, 12:01 a.m. sharp. Meanwhile, trans women are still fighting for survival, for equity, for the revolutionary right to exist without public commentary. What's ironic? The same society that fears trans women paints them as threats, when in reality, they're the ones building community, advocating for rights, and still somehow finding time to perfect winged eyeliner. They're the embodiment of resilience, even when the world hands them nothing but lemons and then criticizes their lemonade. So here's to transgender women, the unsung warriors in the battle for equality, constantly underestimated, perpetually scrutinized, and yet, undeniably, unshakably, icons of hope. Society, take notes. Or don't. They'll still be here, slaying. When we look at communities that have faced prejudice and discrimination for generations, one important truth stands out. African American children, by and large, have African American parents. Those parents know, from personal experience, what their children are up against. They understand, deeply, what it means to move through the world with that particular identity, because they've lived it themselves. But for many cisgender parents, parents who never questioned their own gender, having a transgender or non-binary child can feel unfamiliar, even confusing at first. These parents love their children, but they have no personal experience to help them fully understand what their child feels, what they fear, or what they hope for. This is where unconditional love is truly tested. Unconditional love means loving your transgender or non-binary child not just in the safety of your home, but in every conversation, every interaction, and every situation, even when you're uncomfortable, even when you're afraid, even when you don't have all the answers. It also means being honest with yourself about your own past. Maybe when you were younger, you held biases against transgender people. Maybe you didn't understand non-binary identities. Maybe you even said or did things that hurt people like your own child before you knew you would one day have a child whose identity didn't fit the expectations you had. Unconditional love means recognizing that and choosing to grow. It means facing your own discomfort, your own biases, and your own gaps in knowledge, and doing the work to become the parent your child needs. Because now you're not just anyone. You are the parent of a transgender or non-binary child. And your love, the way you show up, the way you defend, the way you celebrate who your child is, will help shape how your child sees themselves and their place in the world. This is not easy work, but it is necessary work. And it is work that matters, because no one's voice carries more weight in a child's heart than their parents. In just a moment, we'll move into practical advice, steps you can take, words you can use, and actions that will help you build a foundation of trust, safety, and pride for your child. But first, remember this. Your child is still your child. Their identity does not change their worth, their potential, or the love you've always had for them. It only asks that your love expands, that it grows to meet the reality of who they are, not who you imagined they would be, but who they have always been. This is Vox Ariana, and we'll be right back with the advice and guidance you need to walk this path with strength and compassion.
Let's talk about trauma, everyone's favorite parenting topic, right? After all, nothing says solid childhood memories like sitting in a school hallway while someone calls you by a name that hasn't been yours in years, or hearing a teacher trip over your pronouns like they're reading ancient hieroglyphics. Delightful. Imagine showing up every day to a place where people pretend you're someone else, where they talk about you in third person like you're some abstract concept instead of a real human being standing right there, probably wondering if it's socially acceptable to disappear into the floor. And you, the parent, you get to hear all about it at home. Or worse, you don't, because your child's already learned that sharing their pain just makes you uncomfortable. So they bottle it up, lucky you. And let's be clear, this isn't just about bad days at school. This is the kind of slow, relentless erosion of self-worth that leaves scars long after the diplomas and yearbooks are gathering dust. It's trauma with a capital T, the kind therapists recognize from across the room. But hey, maybe some politician on TV says you're overreacting. Maybe they claim kids are too young to know who they are. Sure, because nothing says political authority like someone who probably still thinks transgender is a phase and non-binary is a new video game console. Meanwhile, your kid is living the reality of being reduced to a debate topic. They're told their name is too confusing, like the school couldn't possibly update a seating chart without consulting NASA. They're told their pronouns are a preference, like ordering ranch dressing instead of vinaigrette. This isn't just inconvenient or uncomfortable, it's soul-crushing. Kids don't thrive when they're erased. They don't flourish when every day feels like a battle just to exist. They don't magically develop confidence when the people meant to educate and support them treat their identity like a typo someone forgot to correct. You, dear parent, have the power to stop this. You are the firewall between your child and a world that would rather misunderstand them than make even the smallest effort to respect them. It doesn't matter what some senator says about traditional values or what your cousin's Facebook rant claims about biology. Your kid isn't a theory. They're real. They deserve to be respected not because it's trendy, not because you're progressive, but because they're your child. And if anyone, from a school administrator to a politician to your nosy neighbor, thinks they have the right to disrespect your child's identity, well, it's time to make their life as uncomfortable as they're making your kids. Because your love isn't silent and your kid isn't invisible. And if that makes you the loudest, proudest, most annoying parent at school, good. This is Vox Ariana reminding you, respect is not optional. Stay with us. There's more to say and more to fight for.
When we talk about the well-being of children, we often focus on education, health, and emotional support. But there's a critical element that is frequently overlooked, respecting their identity. For non-binary and transgender children, this respect isn't just about kindness or acceptance. It's about survival, self-worth, and the foundation for future success. Every child deserves the space to explore who they are and to be seen for who they know themselves to be. Yet, many non-binary and transgender children face a world that questions their identity at every turn. This constant invalidation creates deep emotional scars that can follow them into adulthood, impacting their confidence, mental health, and ability to thrive. Respecting a child's identity is not about imposing beliefs or pushing an agenda, it's about listening, understanding, and affirming their experience. Studies consistently show that transgender and non-binary youth who are respected and supported by their families, schools, and communities are far less likely to suffer from depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts. They are more likely to perform better academically, form healthy relationships, and develop the resilience needed to navigate life's challenges. When we dismiss a child's identity, intentionally or not, we send a harmful message that their truth is invalid or unacceptable. This rejection can lead to internalized shame, self-doubt, and a fractured sense of self. On the other hand, when we respect their identity by using their chosen name, the correct pronouns, and creating spaces where they feel safe and seen, we give them the tools to build confidence and self-empowerment. Empowered children grow into empowered adults. Adults who know their worth, who advocate for themselves and others, who contribute positively to society. Isn't that what we all want for the next generation? Respecting non-binary and transgender children isn't just about making them feel accepted today, it's about investing in who they will become tomorrow. The path to success for these children doesn't lie in forcing them to conform, but in allowing them to be exactly who they are. When we create environments of respect and affirmation, we open doors for them to reach their full potential. Because at the end of the day, respect isn't just a courtesy, it's the key to helping all children, regardless of identity, grow into strong, confident, and successful adults.
I exist. I am real. My identity is not up for debate, not a matter of opinion, and certainly not something anyone can erase. I am here, standing strong, and I will not apologize for being who I am. To every transgender and non-binary individual out there, you have the right to live fully, to love unapologetically, to study, to work, to dream, and to thrive. You have the right to take up space in this world, just like anyone else. No law, no hate, no outdated belief system can strip you of your humanity, your worth, or your potential. The people who try to deny our existence, they're terrified. Terrified of our power, our resilience, our capacity to lead, to create, and to redefine the structures they've clung to for so long. They see the strength in our authenticity, the courage it takes to live our truth in a world that tries to silence us. And that scares them to the bone, because they know, deep down, that we're not just survivors, we're trailblazers. We're here to break barriers, to challenge norms, and yes, to take the roles they thought they could hoard forever. We are more than capable of leading, of building, of ruling, not with oppression, but with understanding, with compassion, with vision. But this isn't just about them. It's about us. It's about claiming what's rightfully ours, the freedom to exist without fear, the right to opportunities that have been gatekept for too long, the respect that every human deserves. It's about lifting each other up, creating spaces where we don't just survive, but thrive. It's about being loud when they tell us to be quiet, visible when they try to erase us, and proud when they want us to feel shame. If you're reading this and you feel that fire inside you, don't hold it back.
Channel it.
Use it. Speak out. Create. Educate. Protest.
Love.
Exist boldly. Because every moment you live your truth is a revolution. Every time you refuse to be diminished, you're pushing this world closer to the future it desperately needs. A future where identity isn't policed, where diversity isn't feared, but embraced. And to those who still try to hold us down, your time is up. We're not waiting for permission. We're not asking for acceptance. We're here. We're powerful. And we're not going anywhere. We will take our place at the table. We will lead. We will rule. Not through fear or exclusion, but through the very strength you tried to crush. That's our future. And it's unstoppable. You'd think in the year 2025, we wouldn't still be having to tell people that LGBTQ kids, especially transgender kids, deserve basic human rights. But no, here we are, still explaining to fully grown adults that children should have access to education and healthcare. I mean, what's next? A debate over whether they should be allowed to breathe? Don't give them ideas. Of course, standing in the way of progress like a brick wall covered in bad spray tan is none other than Donald Trump. You remember him, right? The man who thought drinking bleach might be a solid health tip? The guy who turned covfefe into a foreign policy strategy? Yeah, that one. Apparently, in his infinite wisdom, complete lack of it, he and his political cheerleaders decided that transgender kids shouldn't have access to gender-affirming care because, Science is optional when it doesn't fit their outdated worldview. Now, here's where it gets truly inspiring. And by inspiring, I mean enraging. These people love to yell about protecting children, but what they really mean is protecting their own discomfort. They'll bend over backward to make sure a fetus gets more rights than a living, breathing trans kid, but the second that child actually needs medical care, education, or a safe environment, suddenly it's all personal responsibility and not the government's job. Classic. Meanwhile, we've got families out here just trying to raise their kids with dignity while dodging legislative landmines. Parents of trans kids have basically been forced into becoming full-time legal scholars just to figure out if they can access puberty blockers, or if their state is about to criminalize them for acknowledging their child's existence. And somehow, through all this chaos, they're expected to keep smiling at PDA meetings while Karen from down the street insists that gender identity is just a trend. Yes, Karen, just like electricity and indoor plumbing, total fads. So, what's the solution? Besides launching certain politicians into space, tempting, I know, the answer is to fight back harder than ever. We empower young LGBTQ kids by making sure they know their existence is not up for debate. We make sure trans kids don't grow up thinking they have to justify their own humanity to people who still think wokeness is the greatest threat to society. Spoiler. It's not, but a certain orange-tinted former president might be. We push for real change. Better healthcare, better education, better laws, because the alternative is letting a bunch of Fox News grandpas decide the fate of an entire generation. And honestly, I trust my houseplants more than I trust them. So to every young LGBTQ kid, especially trans kids, keep fighting, keep learning, and never let anyone tell you that you don't deserve a future. And to their families, stock up on caffeine, sharpen your legal knowledge, and keep going. The only way we lose is if we stop fighting, and we are not stopping.
Every child deserves to be seen, heard, and affirmed for who they are. For transgender and non-binary kids, affirmation is not just about kindness, it's about survival, health, and the foundation for a strong future. Parents, your role in this process is crucial. The way you respond to your child's identity can either open a path toward confidence and self-worth or build walls of shame and silence. Affirming your child's identity doesn't mean you have to have all the answers. It means you choose to believe them when they share who they are. It means you listen without judgment, learn alongside them, and create a home where they are safe to be themselves. That safety is a lifeline. Research shows that family acceptance directly lowers rates of depression, self-harm, and suicide among transgender and non-binary youth. Affirmation saves lives. To transgender and non-binary kids and teens, know this: you do not need to justify who you are to anyone. Your identity is real even if the people around you don't understand it yet. You deserve to be respected, supported, and celebrated exactly as you are. Whether you are just beginning to explore your identity or you've known it for years, every part of your journey is valid. There is no wrong way to be you. You have the right to speak your truth, to set boundaries, and to demand respect. Your voice matters, and your identity is not up for debate. Affirmation starts with listening. Parents, listen to your child without trying to correct or dismiss what they feel. Let them lead their own story and follow with love and curiosity instead of fear. Seek information from reputable sources, talk to supportive professionals, and connect with other parents who are navigating the same path. Remember, your comfort is not more important than your child's safety and mental health. If you are struggling with your own feelings, that's natural. But it's your responsibility to work through that, not your child's burden to carry. For transgender and non-binary kids, know that even if your immediate family struggles to affirm you, there is a larger community ready to embrace you. There are people who will see you, support you, and fight alongside you for your right to exist fully. You are not alone even when it feels that way. Reach out, find your people, and never let anyone convince you that you are less worthy because of who you are. Affirmation is a daily act. It's in the words you use, the respect you show, the spaces you create, and the love you choose to give without conditions. Parents and families have the power to turn affirmation into action. Transgender and non-binary kids have the right to be affirmed not just by the people who love them, but by schools, communities, and society at large. Affirmation isn't tolerance. It's recognizing that identity is not a problem to solve, but a truth to honor. Start today.
For decades, transgender women, particularly trans women of color, have been at the front lines of the fight for LGBTQ rights. They stood up when no one else would, despite facing the harshest conditions, rejected by their families, forced onto the streets, denied education, and pushed into survival economies. They lived with strength, resilience, and courage, yet their own community often turned its back on them. Women, in general, have suffered immensely throughout history, and many of them were denied education, cast out of their homes by their own parents, and left to survive alone. They had no safety net, no rights, and little hope. Transgender women shared the struggle but faced an even deeper level of discrimination. For decades, they had fewer opportunities than even other members of the LGBTQ community, making their lives unimaginably difficult. But instead of breaking, they built a character of steel. When society told them they did not belong, they fought harder. When they were erased, they carved their names into history with their actions. It was transgender women who showed up first when no one else dared to. At Stonewall, it was trans women of color who threw the first bricks, refusing to be silenced any longer. They ignited a movement that would lead to greater rights for an entire community. Yet, even as progress was made, many in the LGBTQ movement chose to distance themselves from transgender people, considering them too radical or inconvenient. Some fought for rights that benefited only the most socially acceptable members of the community, leaving trans women behind. They were abandoned by the very people they had fought for. Now, it is time to embrace them fully. It is time to recognize that transgender women are not a separate part of the movement. They are at its core. There is no LGBTQ rights movement without them. They have suffered more than most, sacrificed more than most, and yet, even today, they continue to be misunderstood, ridiculed, and excluded. And let's be clear, being a transgender woman is not about looking like a Hollywood star. It is not about being glamorous or fabulous. It is about survival. It is about the right to live as oneself, without fear, without violence, and without having to conform to an unrealistic standard set by a world that barely acknowledges their humanity. Trans women do not owe anyone beauty or perfection. They exist, and that alone is enough. This is a call to action. If you claim to support LGBTQ rights, then you must support transgender women. Their struggle is our struggle. Their fight for dignity, respect, and safety is the same fight we all share. It is not enough to tolerate them. They must be embraced, uplifted, and defended. History will remember those who stood by their side and those who turned away. Choose to be on the right side. Choose to fight for a world where no one is cast out. The Stonewall Uprising of 1969 was not just a riot. It was a moment of resistance that ignited the modern LGBTQ movement. And at the forefront of that fight were transgender women who refused to be erased, silenced, or forgotten. Their names, Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, and Miss Major Griffin Gracie, are not just echoes of the past. They are a rallying cry for everyone fighting for equality today. Marsha P. Johnson, a Black transgender activist, was a force of nature in New York's LGBTQ community. She was there on the front lines, standing up against police brutality and discrimination. She co-founded the Gay Liberation Front and Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries, providing a lifeline for homeless trans youth who had nowhere else to turn. Some say she threw the first brick at Stonewall, others say she arrived later, but what matters is what she did in the aftermath. She took the rage of that night and turned it into activism that shaped the future. Sylvia Rivera, a Latina transgender woman of Puerto Rican and Venezuelan descent, never backed down from a fight. She was loud, she was passionate, and she was relentless. She fought for transgender rights when even parts of the gay community wanted to leave trans people behind. She stood on the steps of the Christopher Street Liberation Day rally in 1973, demanding that trans voices be heard, refusing to let anyone push them aside. She and Marsha built STAR, a home for transgender youth, because they knew that true liberation meant taking care of the most vulnerable. Miss Major Griffin Gracie, another Black transgender woman, was there the night of the riots, and she has never stopped fighting. She has dedicated her life to helping transgender people who are caught in the prison system, survivors of police violence, and those society tries to forget. Her work reminds us that the struggle is far from over, that the fight for justice continues beyond Stonewall. These women didn't just make history. They built a foundation for the LGBTQ community to stand on. Their work, their courage, and their sacrifices demand more than just remembrance. They demand action. The rights we have today exist because people like them put their lives on the line. But the fight isn't over. Transgender people, especially transgender women of color, still face violence, discrimination, and homelessness at staggering rates. The LGBTQ community cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Honoring Marsha, Sylvia, and Miss Major means standing up for trans rights today. It means fighting against transphobia, pushing for policies that protect all LGBTQ people, and making sure that no one in our community is forgotten. It means carrying their legacy forward, not just in words, but in action. The revolution didn't end at Stonewall. It's still happening. The question is, what will you do to be a part of it?
The Colors of Alex. At Hawthorne Academy, a grand old school with ivy-covered walls and creaky wooden floors, Alex Morgan walked through the corridors, feeling invisible. Alex had always been different. Not a boy. Not a girl. Just Alex. But in a school where everyone seemed to fit neatly into a box, that wasn't always easy. People liked labels. They liked neat little words that told them exactly what to think. But Alex was like a painting made of 1,000 colors, too bright, too bold, too real to be just one thing. And that made things complicated. One afternoon, while Alex sat beneath the ancient oak tree at the edge of the football pitch, sketching in their notebook, a shadow fell across the page. "Hey, what are you drawing?" Alex looked up. It was Jamie Singh, the star of the school's football team, handsome, confident, and completely out of Alex's league. Heat rushed to Alex's cheeks. Just something random. Jamie tilted his head, his dark eyes warm. "Looks more than random to me." He sat down, close enough that Alex could smell his cologne, warm and spicy, like autumn leaves. "You're an artist, then?" Alex shrugged. "I guess." Jamie watched them for a moment. "I like that you don't try to be like everyone else." Alex blinked. No one had ever said that before. Jamie grinned. "I mean it." Then, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, he nudged Alex's shoulder. "Wanna come watch the match on Saturday? I could use some moral support." Alex hesitated. "Won't people talk?" Jamie shrugged. "Let them." And just like that, something inside Alex shifted like the sun breaking through the clouds after days of rain. Maybe, just maybe, they weren't invisible after all. A few weeks later, Alex wasn't sitting alone beneath the oak tree anymore. They were laughing, sketchbook in their lap, while Jamie lay beside them, kicking lazily at the grass. People whispered, of course. Some sneered. Others smirked. But then there were the ones who smiled, the ones who saw them, really saw them. One day, as they walked through the crowded halls, Jamie slipped his hand into Alex's. Not as a joke. Not as a dare. Just because. And suddenly, the world didn't feel so small anymore. Alex wasn't a secret. Alex wasn't a question. Alex was a story worth telling. And they were just getting started.
Science is not a democracy. It does not care about votes, personal opinions, or what some politician thinks while eating their breakfast. Science deals with evidence, data, and reality. And reality is very clear. Transgender people exist, and their identities are valid, regardless of who finds that inconvenient. Human biology is complex, far beyond the outdated notion that chromosomes alone determine everything. While most people assume that XX means female and XY means male, this is an oversimplification. Biological sex itself is a mix of genetics, hormones, brain structure, and reproductive anatomy, and it does not always align neatly. Ever heard of intersex people? They prove that nature has never been a fan of rigid categories. But let's move beyond that and get to the real star of the show, gender. Gender is not the same as biological sex. It is a deeply ingrained part of human identity, shaped by both biological and social factors. The brain plays a crucial role here. Studies using MRI scans have shown that transgender people's brains exhibit patterns more in line with their gender identity than with the sex they were assigned at birth. This isn't wishful thinking. It's measurable, repeatable, and real. So when a transgender woman says she is a woman, it's not a debate. It's a statement of scientific fact. Gender identity forms early in life and is resistant to change. Attempts to correct a transgender person's identity through force, social pressure, or so-called conversion therapy fail consistently and cause psychological harm. If gender were as simple as a chromosome test, you wouldn't see young transgender children persistently identifying in a way that contradicts what they were assigned at birth, even when facing social rejection. If it were just a phase or ideology, then decades of research would show that transitioning is the most effective way for transgender people to live happy, healthy lives. Now, here's where things get funny. Some people, often politicians with no scientific background, claim that gender is just a feeling, or that it can be legislated out of existence. This is like passing a law declaring that gravity doesn't apply on Wednesdays. You can write it down, shout it into a microphone, and make as many dramatic speeches as you want, but the moment you drop a coffee cup, reality wins. Gender identity is real, just like gravity, and no amount of political posturing will change that. Transgender men are men and transgender women are women, not because of ideology or social trends, but because of biology, neuroscience, and medical research. Denying this is as scientific as denying that the Earth orbits the Sun. So, for those who think they can define gender with a legal document or a personal belief, good luck with that. Science will still be here, completely unimpressed. Let's get one thing crystal clear before we dive into this. The LGBTQ rights we parade around today. Yes, the same ones that let us marry, march, and post thirst traps without fear of legal persecution didn't magically appear from a rainbow cloud sprinkled with glitter.
Nope.
They were fought for. And not by the sleek, cisgender gay men sipping cold brew in gentrified neighborhoods or the lesbians trading Subaru recommendations at the co-op. No, honey. The true heroes? Transgender women of color. But here we are, decades later, with cis gays celebrating pride like it's Coachella and somehow forgetting who threw the first bricks, literally. Hint. It wasn't Chad from accounting. Let's talk about Marsha P. Johnson. You know, the black trans woman who became the heart of the Stonewall riots. Not only did she actually fight the cops, because nothing says commitment like risking your life for liberation, but she did it while wearing flower crowns and sequins. That's not just activism. That's a fashion statement. Marsha wasn't out here debating on Twitter. She was out there on the front line saying, "No pride for some of us without liberation for all of us." Meanwhile, modern-day pride parades are selling $25 rainbow tote bags while quietly edging trans women of color out of the spotlight. Sylvia Rivera? Another icon. A Latina trans woman who stood by Marsha, fighting for homeless LGBTQ youth, trans rights, and literally anyone who needed help. She was the queen of calling out performative activism before it was even a TikTok trend. And yet, people barely mention her unless it's Pride Month, because, you know, capitalism loves a sanitized version of history. Buy this rainbow cup, and remember, some lady who did a thing, I guess? The irony? The very people who made Pride possible often get pushed to the sidelines of their own movement. It's like being thrown out of a party you organized because someone else thought your outfit was too extra. Newsflash, you can't be too extra when you built the damn party. And let's not pretend this is just an issue of forgotten history. Transgender women of color today are still on the front lines, leading protests, building community resources, and fighting legislation that somehow makes existing a criminal act, all while facing staggering rates of violence, discrimination, and systemic neglect. Meanwhile, some folks are out here debating whether trans people deserve basic health care like it's a quirky philosophical question. So, why does this matter? Because erasing the contributions of transgender women of color doesn't just rewrite history, it weakens the entire movement. Pride wasn't born from brand sponsorships and rainbow-wrapped vodka bottles. It was born from riots, resistance, and the audacity of trans women of color who refuse to be silent. So, the next time you're waving your rainbow flag at a parade or throwing glitter at Pride brunch, remember who made that moment possible. And maybe, just maybe, support trans women of color with more than just Instagram hashtags. Because history isn't something we should just remember, it's something we're supposed to honor.
You ever notice how some people in power act like LGBTQ kids are the biggest threat since? I don't know, gluten. I mean, it's almost impressive how terrified they are. Full-grown adults in tailored suits, making laws like they're in some bizarre Hunger Games spin-off called Kids with Rainbows, The Panic Chronicles. Because heaven forbid a 12-year-old with a pink mohawk and pronouns should exist without causing a national emergency. Here's the thing. People in power aren't just mildly uncomfortable with LGBTQ kids, they're absolutely petrified. Why? Because kids haven't yet been taught to follow the script. You know, the one that says, be quiet, be straight, don't make waves, and definitely don't ask why Uncle Bob gets so red-faced when someone mentions drag queens. LGBTQ kids are wild cards. They question, they explore, they gasp. Exist in ways that don't fit the tidy little boxes adults spent decades duct taping shut. And that's their worst nightmare. So what's the master plan here? Traumatize them. Break their spirit early, so by the time they're old enough to fight back, they're too busy recovering from the emotional equivalent of a bad 80s workout montage, only with less neon and way more therapy bills. Take schools, for example. Instead of being places where kids learn how to do taxes, wait, they still don't teach that? Or, I don't know, critical thinking, some lawmakers decided schools should focus on protecting children from books. Yes, books. Specifically, ones where two boys might, brace yourselves, hold hands. Nothing says panic quite like banning a picture book because it dares to show love that doesn't involve a prince rescuing a girl he's never spoken to. And don't even get me started on the don't say gay bills. Because apparently, if we just never mention LGBTQ people, the kids won't notice. Right. Kids who can figure out iPads before they can talk won't pick up on the fact that adults are weirdly allergic to the word gay. Good luck with that. But it's not just schools. Oh no, it's healthcare, it's sports, it's bathrooms. Because what's scarier to politicians than kids using the bathroom that aligns with their identity? Nuclear war? Economic collapse? Nope. It's a trans kid peeing in peace. See, the goal here is simple. Scare LGBTQ kids into silence. Make them so afraid to speak up, to exist authentically, that they grow up second-guessing themselves at every turn. Because kids who are traumatized, they're easier to control. They're less likely to stand up, organize, and, run for office and actually fix the mess the adults made. But here's where it all beautifully backfires. LGBTQ kids are resilient. Like, superpowered levels of resilient. Every attempt to silence them just creates a louder, bolder generation that's not here for the nonsense. You can throw bans, policies, and pearl-clutching temper tantrums their way, and they'll respond with TikToks, protest signs, and outfits so on point it makes the whole thing look effortless. So, if you're an LGBTQ kid reading this, they're scared of you. Yes, you. Because you're the future they can't control. You're the voice they can't silence. And most importantly, you're the reason their outdated fear-mongering playbook is rapidly running out of pages. Keep shining. Keep fighting. And when they say you're too loud, crank it up. After all, you've already got them shaking in their overpriced boots.
Homophobia. The gift that just keeps on giving like a bad cold, but with more moral outrage and less chicken soup. Let's take a delightful little journey through the centuries, shall we? Because if there's anything humanity loves more than inventing pointless rules, it's making sure those rules ruin someone's life. So, let's kick things off in the 19th century, a time when people thought bathing once a month was peak hygiene, and wearing a top hat automatically made you respectable. Homophobia back then wasn't just casual, it was practically an Olympic sport. If you were a man who so much as admired another gentleman's cravat a little too long, congratulations. You were a moral threat to society and could look forward to a charming evening of public humiliation, prison time, or if you were really unlucky, hard labor. Think less love is love, and more love will get you 6 years in jail and a permanent stain on your family name. But hey, they were subtle about it. No rainbow flags being burned, just vague laws about gross indecency that left everyone nervously clutching their lace handkerchiefs. It was like a national pastime. Is he just well-dressed, or is he the devil? The courts loved that ambiguity. It kept things spicy. Now, fast forward to the 20th century, where we traded in our horse-drawn carriages for jazz, cars, and, oh yes, new and improved homophobia. Because why evolve when you can just remix the same old bigotry? Sure, people started talking about Freud and psychology and all that science stuff, but they used it to label same-sex attraction as a mental illness. Bravo, humanity. Truly top-tier progress. In the early 20th century, they were all about curing people. You like men?
Zap.
Electroshock therapy. You preferred women?
Boom.
Chemical castration. Because nothing says we care like strapping you to a table and calling it science. Oh, and don't forget the endless parade of institutions where patients were poked, prodded, and reminded daily that they were walking, talking disasters. Then came the mid-century, where homophobia put on a fresh coat of Cold War paranoia. In the US, being gay wasn't just seen as sinful, it made you a communist. Because clearly, if you liked the same sex, you were one phone call away from selling nuclear secrets to the Soviets. Logic at its finest. But the 20th century did bring us some rebellion. Cue the Stonewall riots, because eventually the LGBTQ community got tired of being everyone's punching bag and decided, hey, maybe we don't want to be arrested for existing. Wild concept, right? Now, here's the real kicker. 19th century homophobia was all about shame and silence. Polite society preferred to pretend gay people didn't exist unless it was time for a scandal. But 20th century homophobia? Oh, it was loud. Think protests, laws, and pearl-clutching politicians on TV screaming about the sanctity of marriage while, ironically, being caught in airport bathrooms. Beautiful irony. So, what have we learned? Mainly that society is wildly creative when it comes to making life miserable for people who dare to love differently. But also that over time, people fought back, shouted louder, and wore more glitter. Because if there's one thing history teaches us, it's that bigotry eventually loses. It just throws one hell of a tantrum on its way out.
The Industrial Revolution, beginning in the late 18th century and accelerating through the 19th century, profoundly reshaped economies, societies, and family structures across Europe and beyond. It also altered the landscape of gender roles and labor, but not out of any ideological commitment to gender equality. Industrial capitalism's interest in women had little to do with rights and everything to do with profit. As industries expanded, factories required large, cheap, and easily controlled workforces. Women and children became particularly attractive to factory owners because they could be paid significantly less than men for the same or even more grueling work. Employers exploited existing gender hierarchies, justifying lower wages by framing women's labor as supplementary, assuming their primary role was still in the domestic sphere. This had nothing to do with belief in gender equality. It was simply a strategy to maximize productivity while minimizing costs. The presence of women in factories did disrupt older ideals of separate spheres, where men were supposed to inhabit the public world of work and politics while women remained confined to the private world of home and family. But this disruption was economic, not ideological. The system had no interest in women's empowerment, only in their efficiency and obedience. Employers often implemented paternalistic policies to control female workers' behavior, emphasizing modesty, morality, and obedience to ensure discipline and avoid unrest. Sexuality and gender expression were also subject to increasing scrutiny during the Industrial Revolution. Urbanization and industrial labor brought more people into close contact in cities, creating both new freedoms and new anxieties. Working-class women, especially those living independently in cities, were often subject to moral suspicion, with factory women frequently accused of promiscuity simply because they existed outside the control of traditional family structures. For working-class women, economic survival often required walking a fine line between respectability and exploitation. Factory conditions were harsh, hours were long, and wages were rarely enough to support independence. This left many women vulnerable to exploitation both inside and outside the workplace. Sexual orientation remained heavily stigmatized, and industrial society's emphasis on family as the core economic and moral unit reinforced strict heterosexual norms. Same-sex desire was not only condemned as immoral but also increasingly framed as unnatural and unproductive within a system that valued population growth and stable labor forces. Corporations and factory owners had no interest in social liberation beyond what kept the workforce stable, productive, and docile. Allowing women into the labor force wasn't a victory for gender equality. It was a calculated move to secure cheap, flexible labor. When women protested their conditions, employers often framed any concessions as acts of benevolence rather than responses to legitimate demands for rights. Keeping women calm, compliant, and productive was always the goal, not advancing their freedom. The Industrial Revolution's legacy for gender and sexuality was one of contradictions. It pulled women into the workforce, but under exploitative terms, and it reinforced a system where both gender and sexuality were strictly regulated to serve the interests of capital, not individual freedom or social justice.
Oh, here we go again, history doing its greatest hits tour. You know the one. Power never lets go. Marginalized? Stay that way. And everyone's favorite. Break and While They're Young. And boy, they're playing all the classics. Because apparently, letting LGBTQ kids grow up happy and untraumatized was a catastrophic oversight. Huge blunder. Someone's getting fired for that one. I mean, who thought it was a good idea to let queer kids have rights, support, and gasp dreams? Now we've got LGBTQ folks out here trying to be doctors, scientists, artists, some even think they can be presidents. Absolutely reckless. The audacity. See, for centuries, the plan was simple. Keep LGBTQ people in the background. Colorful?
Sure. Sassy?
Absolutely. But main characters? Protagonists? Oh, honey, no. We were set dressing at best, comic relief at worst. And when queer kids dared to dream beyond their government-assigned supporting role, society clapped back. Hard. Mockery, fear, shame, tools of a trade. The goal? Make sure they grow up just grateful to exist, whisper quiet, head down, happy for the occasional crumb of dignity tossed their way. But then, something went wrong. The oppression machine got a little rusty. Someone forgot to tighten a bolt. Suddenly, LGBTQ kids started growing up with, wait for it, self-worth. Some even had the gall to be supported by their families, see themselves represented in media, and attend schools that didn't teach them to hate themselves. What a PR disaster. Now we're dealing with the fallout. Confident, ambitious queer adults. They've got voices. They've got rights. They're making art, laws, money. Some are even running for office. It's chaos. Naturally, this called for emergency action. The boardroom was in shambles. Too many LGBTQ kids are thriving. Someone probably shrieked over bad coffee. We can't have them thinking they can lead anything.
Cut the rights.
Ramp up the fear. Pass laws so confusing and cruel, they'll be too traumatized to notice. And so began the Great Rollback. Disguised under the ever-convenient freedom of expression, the plan was simple. Make sure LGBTQ kids don't grow up dreaming big. Crush them young, and you'll never have to deal with their ambition later. After all, a queer president? An LGBTQ Supreme Court Justice? An openly trans military leader? What next? Rainbows on money? But plot twist. They're too late. The glitch in their master plan already happened. A generation slipped through the cracks. Kids who grew up unafraid, who learned that shame isn't some biological imperative, that ambition isn't a privilege for the straight and narrow. And now they're adults. Loud, proud, and oh so annoying to the people who really wish they'd just sit down and shut up. And here's the real kicker. Fear doesn't last forever. And neither does control. The harder they try to shove us back into the margins, the wider the cracks get. Every law they pass, every right they claw back, only highlights one inescapable truth. They're running out of time. So go ahead.
Keep trying.
Keep clawing at rights like a raccoon in a dumpster. Keep pushing fear and trauma like it's a limited edition product. But just know, every time you slam a door shut, we're already building 10 new exits. History's on replay, sure. But this time, we're not playing by their script.
You know what's wild? The fact that we're still debating whether gender is real, like it's some kind of urban legend alongside Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. Gender isn't real. It's just an ideology. They cry, right before hopping into their gendered bathrooms and buying blue razors for men and pink razors for women. Because apparently, leg hair knows your chromosomes. But here's the thing. Gender isn't some abstract philosophical concept dreamed up by radical college students over oat milk lattes. It's literally backed by science. You know, that thing with research, peer-reviewed studies, and people in lab coats who didn't get their degrees from YouTube University. Gender isn't just about what's between your legs. It's about what's happening in your brain, your biology, your identity. It's complex, it's diverse, and it's been recognized by medical and psychological experts for decades. But then politicians come strutting in, acting like they aced AP biology, when, let's be real, half of them probably think mitochondria is a new brand of kombucha. They march into legislative chambers, wagging their fingers and declaring, "Science? Never heard of her." Because apparently they believe that signing a bill into law has the same power as rewriting human biology. Forget years of scientific research. Bob from a state legislature has decided that gender begins and ends with what's printed on your birth certificate. Groundbreaking stuff, really. It's always fascinating to see these lawmakers, who can barely operate PowerPoint, confidently dismiss the conclusions of endocrinologists, neurologists, and psychologists. Because why trust experts when you've got personal opinions and a Facebook meme to back you up? Suddenly, your Uncle Larry's Thanksgiving rant holds the same weight as decades of scientific consensus. Incredible. And let's not overlook the irony. The same people who chant, "Follow the science," when it comes to everything from space exploration to weather forecasts suddenly develop full-blown science allergies the moment gender comes into the conversation. It's like watching someone advocate for solar panels while insisting the sun revolves around the earth. A truly mind-bending experience. But no, gender is an ideology, they say, usually while wrapped in a flag that represents the idea of a country. Because ideologies are bad, unless they're their ideologies. Then it's patriotism, or family values, or something equally vague and selectively applied. It gets better, though. These same folks love to claim they're protecting children. From what, you ask? The devastating power of self-acceptance? The terror of someone using the pronouns that actually reflect who they are? It's almost touching how concerned they are, until you realize they have no issue cutting school funding or serving up cafeteria lunches that legally qualify as cardboard. But sure, the real danger is a kid who just wants to be called by their actual name. So here we are, in this bizarre world where politicians believe they can override science with the sheer force of their opinions. Because apparently, facts are flexible now. Gravity exists until someone in Congress decides it's too woke. Germ theory? Up for debate. Who needs reality when you've got a personal agenda? But hey, who am I to argue? I'm just sitting here, watching grown adults try to legislate biology like it's a dress code. Truly, We're living in the golden age of logic.
The French Revolution, which began in 1789, radically transformed many aspects of French society, including politics, law, and concepts of individual rights. However, its effects on gender roles, sexuality, and sexual orientation were mixed, shaped by revolutionary ideals of liberty and equality, but limited by entrenched social and cultural norms. The revolution's emphasis on universal rights initially raised hopes that women might gain political and legal equality. Women were highly active in revolutionary movements, forming clubs, publishing pamphlets, and participating in protests. Figures like Olympe de Gouges directly challenged the exclusion of women from the rights proclaimed in the Declaration of the Rights of Man, demanding equality in her Declaration of the Rights of Woman in 1791. However, these efforts faced strong resistance. Revolutionary leaders, including those who championed liberty, often viewed women's primary role as mothers and caretakers of future citizens, rather than independent political actors. By 1793, most women's political clubs were banned, and female political participation was increasingly suppressed. Traditional gender roles remained largely intact despite revolutionary rhetoric about equality. Women were still expected to embody virtue and modesty, with their worth tied to their reproductive and domestic roles. Laws regulating marriage and family life continued to emphasize the patriarchal family as the cornerstone of the new republic. The Civil Code of 1804, known as the Napoleonic Code, further codified male authority within the household, restricting women's legal autonomy and reinforcing their dependence on fathers and husbands. In terms of sexuality, the revolution saw some legal changes, particularly in the decriminalization of private, consensual sexual acts between adults. This was part of a broader shift away from religious moral policing and toward a legal system focused more on public order than private morality. The new penal code adopted in 1791 notably omitted any mention of sodomy, effectively decriminalizing same-sex relations between consenting adults in private. This was a significant departure from the harsh penalties imposed under the Ancien regime. However, the absence of criminal penalties did not mean acceptance or social tolerance. Same-sex desire continued to be heavily stigmatized, especially when it threatened ideals of masculinity or family honor. Homosexuality was often associated with decadence, aristocratic corruption, and moral weakness, traits revolutionary rhetoric frequently condemned. The revolutionary government's focus on population growth and the strength of the nation further reinforced procreative heterosexuality as the norm. This focus on reproductive citizenship tied women's value to their role in bearing and raising future citizens, leaving little space for alternative expressions of gender or sexuality. While the revolution introduced some important legal changes, it did not fundamentally challenge the binary gender system or create space for recognizing diverse sexual orientations. Instead, it reinforced a vision of citizenship and national identity built around the ideal heterosexual family. Deviations from this ideal, whether in terms of gender nonconformity or non-heterosexual desire, remained marginalized, seen as threats to the social order, even in the new era of liberty and equality.
The first and most important piece of advice is this: believe your child. When they tell you who they are, believe them the first time. They are not confused. They are not going through a phase. They are sharing something deeply personal, something that likely took them time and courage to put into words. Your belief is the first layer of safety they will feel. Next, educate yourself. It is not your child's job to teach you everything about being transgender or non-binary. There are books, documentaries, support groups, and organizations filled with resources designed for parents like you. The more you learn, the better you will understand not just your child's identity, but the challenges they will face and how you can help. Use the correct name and pronouns even when it's difficult. Even if you slip, keep trying. The effort matters and your child will notice. Using the right name and pronouns isn't just a courtesy, it's an affirmation that you see and respect who they are. Be their advocate not just at home, but everywhere. At school, in your family, in your community. Speak up when someone misgenders your child. Correct people who use their old name. Silence is often seen as agreement, so let your voice be clear. Your child deserves respect and you will demand it. Listen more than you speak. Your child's journey is their own and they need space to express what they feel, what they fear, and what they need. Even if you don't always have the perfect response, your willingness to listen without judgment creates trust. Surround yourself with support. You are not the only parent going through this. There are other parents who have walked this road, who have faced the same fears and questions, and who can offer guidance, encouragement, and solidarity. Seek out parent support groups, whether online or in person. Model pride, not just acceptance. It's one thing to quietly accept your child's identity. It's another to celebrate it. To talk about your child with pride, to display symbols of support in your home, to show your child that their identity is not just tolerated, but valued and celebrated. Teach your child to advocate for themselves and show them how by example. Empower them to correct others, to set boundaries, and to expect respect. When they see you do the same, they learn that they are worthy of dignity, at home and everywhere else. Prepare for the hard moments. Not every relative will understand. Not every teacher will be supportive. There will be times when you have to decide whether to protect your child's privacy or stand up publicly for who they are. Remember, your child will watch how you handle those moments, and it will shape how they see their own worth. Allow your child to explore. Gender expression, especially in younger children, may shift over time. One day they might feel comfortable in one style, and the next they might want something completely different. That's okay. Their self-understanding is evolving, and your flexibility gives them the space to figure out who they are, without fear of disappointing you. Acknowledge your own feelings privately, not in front of your child. It's okay to feel uncertain, scared, or even sad about the future you imagined for your child. But those feelings are yours to process, not theirs to carry. Find a trusted friend, therapist, or support group where you can work through your emotions, so that you can show up for your child with love and strength. Finally, remember this: your love is the foundation of your child's self-worth. Children who feel loved, seen, and supported at home are far more likely to thrive, to build confidence, and to develop the resilience they need to face the outside world. Your role is not to fix your child because they are not broken. Your role is to stand beside them, to lift them up, to protect them, and to show them every single day that they are worthy of love, respect, and joy exactly as they are. The journey might be challenging, but you are not alone. And your child's happiness, safety, and sense of belonging will be built on the foundation you create today. This is Vox Ariana, and we are honored to walk this path with you.
You call yourself a follower of Christ, a believer in love, in grace, in the power of faith. You teach your children to be kind, to be honest, to be compassionate. You tell them that God does not make mistakes, that He sees them, that He knows them, that He loves them. And yet, when your own child tells you who they are, when they open their heart and reveal their truth, you hesitate. You question. You resist. You wonder if this is a test, if this is a mistake, if this is something that can be corrected, ignored, or prayed away. But what if the real test is not your child's identity? What if the test is your love? Jesus did not walk among the people seeking only those who fit a narrow mold. He did not turn away those who were different, those who were outcast, those who had been rejected by their own communities. He welcomed them. He lifted them up. He reminded them that they, too, were worthy of love. Your child is not a sin. Your child is not broken. Your child is not something to be fixed. They are here, before you, asking for what every child asks from their parents: love, acceptance, protection. And what you choose to do in this moment will shape the rest of their life. Because if you turn away, if you refuse to see them, if you reject what they have told you about themselves, you are teaching them that they are unworthy. You are teaching them that love has limits, that their place in your family, in your heart, in God's creation, is conditional. And that lesson will stay with them. It will weigh on them. It will push them into silence, into shame, into suffering that no child should ever have to bear. Is that the legacy you want to leave? The Bible speaks of love, of mercy, of kindness. Love your neighbor as yourself is not a suggestion, it is a commandment. And who is closer to you than your own child? If God's love is limitless, if His mercy extends to all, then why would yours stop at your child's identity? You may not understand. You may feel confused, afraid, even betrayed by what you thought was true. But faith is not about certainty. Faith is about trust. Trust that your child knows themselves. Trust that God, who created all things, created them as they are for a reason. Trust that your role as a parent is not to change them, but to love them. Jesus did not say, "Love one another," unless it makes you uncomfortable. He did not say, "Welcome all," unless you don't understand their journey. He said, "Love one another as I have loved you," unconditionally, without fear, without hesitation. So now you must decide. Do you follow the path of love, of faith, of true Christian compassion? Or do you allow your fear, your uncertainty, your discomfort to come between you and the child God has given you? One day, your child will look back on this moment. They will remember whether you stood with them or against them. They will remember whether your love was strong enough to hold them or whether it failed when they needed it most. Be the parent who chooses love. Be the parent who chooses faith, not faith in outdated traditions or human judgment, but faith in the boundless, radical love that Christ Himself preached. Because in the end, that is the only thing that truly matters.
The Renaissance, spanning roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, marked a period of significant cultural, intellectual, and artistic transformation in Europe. However, when it comes to gender, sex, and sexual orientation, many of the medieval frameworks persisted, though they were influenced by new philosophical, scientific, and artistic developments. Gender roles during the Renaissance remained heavily shaped by traditional religious and social structures. Women were still largely expected to fulfill domestic roles as wives and mothers, while men occupied public, political, and intellectual spaces. However, the increased focus on individualism and human potential gave rise to more discussions about women's education and capabilities. Figures such as Christine de Pizan and later others like Mary Wollstonecraft challenged traditional views on female inferiority, though these ideas remained far from mainstream. The Renaissance ideal of the Renaissance man celebrated a well-rounded individual skilled in arts, sciences, and politics, a vision reserved almost exclusively for men. Despite some increased attention to women's intellectual potential, the core belief that women were naturally weaker, more emotional, and morally vulnerable persisted. Medical theories, still influenced by ancient texts, continued to frame women's bodies as inferior versions of men's. The biological understanding of sex differences remained limited, and gender was still closely tied to religious morality and social order. Sexuality in the Renaissance was also deeply controlled by religious and legal frameworks, but humanist scholarship introduced new complexities. Classical texts from Greece and Rome were rediscovered and widely read, bringing renewed awareness of ancient attitudes towards sex, including more open discussions of same-sex desire. However, this intellectual curiosity rarely translated into tolerance. The Church, especially after the Protestant Reformation and the Catholic Counter-Reformation, intensified its moral policing of sexuality. Sex outside of marriage, adultery, and non-procreative acts were increasingly criminalized and punished. Same-sex relations were treated with particular suspicion. While medieval attitudes had already turned sharply against male same-sex relations, Renaissance authorities expanded legal codes to criminalize sodomy more aggressively. In cities like Florence and Venice, sodomy trials became common, with records documenting both consensual and coerced acts. Punishments ranged from public humiliation and fines to exile, imprisonment, and execution. At the same time, the Renaissance celebration of male friendship and camaraderie, especially in artistic and intellectual circles, created ambiguous spaces where intense emotional bonds between men were sometimes idealized, even if sexual acts were harshly condemned. In some cases, this led to a certain cultural tolerance for close same-sex relationships as long as they were framed within non-sexual ideals of friendship and loyalty. Women's same-sex relations were even less visible in official records, though some religious and moral texts did acknowledge the possibility of female-female desire. These acts were often dismissed as less serious than male sodomy, sometimes framed as childish experimentation or the result of isolation in female-only spaces like convents. Overall, the Renaissance fostered new intellectual and artistic freedoms, but these freedoms rarely extended to challenges against gender hierarchies or sexual norms. The period's intellectual flourishing coexisted with continued legal and religious persecution of those who stepped outside the strict boundaries of gender and sexual conformity.
Oh, absolutely. Let's dive headfirst into the wild, wonderful world of performative morality and concerned lawmakers who are definitely losing sleep over the well-being of LGBTQ kids because, nothing screams, "I care," like systematically bulldozing a child's rights with the precision of a demolition crew. So here we are again, folks. I'm supposed to sit quietly, sipping my herbal tea, while lawmakers, those ever-compassionate architects of society, strategically dismantle the lives of LGBTQ children. And let's not pretend this is some grand misunderstanding or a little policy hiccup. No, this is a well-oiled hate machine running on pure, unfiltered ignorance. It's like they gathered in a room, thought, "Who can we target today?" And some genius shouted, "Kids. Let's go for the most vulnerable." Because nothing says leadership like bullying children. Let's talk about the real motive here. Spoiler alert, it's not about protecting kids, unless by protect, they mean erase, marginalize, and gaslight into oblivion.
And religion? Please.
If sanctimony burned calories, half of these folks wouldn't need a gym membership. This isn't about faith or family values or whatever new buzzword they're parading around this week. It's about control. It's about fear. It's about power. Because what better way to maintain dominance than by targeting children who are just trying to figure out who they are? And don't you just love the creativity in their tactics? Don't say gay bills? Groundbreaking. Banning gender-affirming care? Because clearly, lawmakers with 0 medical degrees know best. And let's not forget the crusade against books. Because heaven forbid a kid reads a story and thinks, maybe I'm not broken. We can't have that. Self-acceptance is practically a gateway drug to happiness. But wait, there's more. They say they're safeguarding sports. Oh, the integrity of middle school volleyball is apparently hanging by a thread, and trans kids are the existential threat. Because nothing says fair play like turning gym class into a battleground for civil rights. And my personal favorite, parental rights. Yes, but only for the parents who want their kids straight, cis, and silent. The other parents? The ones who love and affirm their LGBTQ kids? Nah, their rights don't make the cut. Funny how selective this freedom thing gets. But hey, this is all just civil discourse, right? Two sides of the same coin. Tomato, tomato. Except, spoiler alert again, this isn't a friendly policy debate. This is life and death. This is kids being pushed to the edge because adults in charge decided that compassion was simply too expensive. And when the statistics start rolling in, the depression rates, the homelessness numbers, the suicide attempts, these same lawmakers will shake their heads, clutch their pearls, and say, how tragic. Who could have seen this coming? Oh, I don't know, everyone?
So, no.
I'm not going to politely pen another letter or stage a cute little bake sale fundraiser. We're not here to play nice. We're here to make noise. Because the truth is, the folks passing these laws won't stop until it's more painful for them to continue. So, it's on us to bring that pain through protests, lawsuits, and a whole lot of very public, very messy outrage. And to the lawmakers crafting these monstrosities, signing them with self-satisfied smiles, you will be remembered. History has an amazing track record of spotlighting the villains. Spoiler, it won't be kind. To the parents fighting for their LGBTQ kids, you're the real heroes here. And to the rest of us, it's time to stop asking nicely. It's time to stop waiting for someone else to do it. We're past the point of polite.
Now we fight.
Because apparently, basic human decency is too much to ask for. Welcome to today's segment where we explore how gender, sex, and sexual orientation were understood and addressed during the Middle Ages. This period, spanning roughly 1,000 years, saw society shaped by religious doctrine, legal codes, and cultural customs, all of which influenced how people's identities and relationships were controlled and perceived. In medieval society, gender was treated as a strict binary. Men were expected to embody strength, reason, and leadership, while women were associated with passivity, obedience, and domestic roles. These ideas were deeply rooted in religious and philosophical beliefs that emphasized the inherent differences between the sexes. Women were often seen as physically and morally weaker than men, reinforcing their subordinate position. However, the medical theories inherited from ancient Greece also influenced medieval thought, with the belief that male and female bodies were fundamentally similar, with women essentially being imperfect men. This one-sex model meant that gender was seen as a matter of degree rather than distinct biological categories, yet society rigidly enforced gender roles regardless of these underlying beliefs. Despite this rigid structure, there were individuals who lived in ways that challenged these norms. Women who disguised themselves as men to access male-only professions, join monasteries, or escape restrictive social roles were not entirely uncommon. While their actions were usually framed as deception rather than expressions of identity, they reveal the limitations of the gender system and the ways some people found to navigate it. Sexuality in the Middle Ages was tightly controlled by the Church, which defined acceptable sex as marital, heterosexual, and primarily for procreation. Any sexual acts outside these parameters, including masturbation, oral sex, and same-sex relations, were considered sinful. Sex itself was often regarded with suspicion, a necessary evil rather than a source of pleasure. Confession manuals detailed the penalties for various sexual sins, and both religious and secular authorities played a role in regulating private behavior. The concept of sexual orientation as an identity did not exist. Instead, behaviors were judged. A man who engaged in same-sex relations was condemned for his actions, but there was no framework for understanding him as having a fixed sexual orientation. By the 12th century, legal and religious persecution of homosexuality intensified, with male-male relations becoming a particular focus of moral panic. Punishments ranged from public penance to execution, particularly in parts of Europe where secular and religious laws combined to enforce moral conformity. Female same-sex relations were less documented, largely because male authorities were less aware of or concerned about them. When they were acknowledged, they were usually framed as lesser sins, often dismissed as imitative or lacking the seriousness of male sodomy. In other parts of the medieval world, such as the Islamic caliphates, understandings of sexuality were more varied. Medical texts and poetry sometimes openly discussed desire between men or between women, though religious law still imposed penalties for prohibited acts. The Middle Ages were far from uniform, but across regions, the enforcement of binary gender roles and procreative heterosexuality was central to maintaining social and religious order. Yet even within this rigid framework, history reveals individuals and relationships that existed outside the boundaries of what was officially sanctioned. Parents listening tonight, what I'm about to say is essential. You are your children's first refuge. Your voice, your example, and your presence are the first shield that protects your children from rejection, hatred, and ignorance. Having a transgender or non-binary child is not a burden nor a source of shame. It is an opportunity to show the true meaning of unconditional love. Your children do not need you to understand everything from day one. They need you to walk beside them, to listen to them, and to remind them every single day that they are valuable and worthy just as they are. Start by believing them. When your children tell you who they are, do not doubt their words or try to change them. Every time you question or silence them, the message they receive is that their identity is a problem. And your children are not a problem. They are complete, whole, and deserving of respect. Support them in private, but also in public. Telling them, "I love you," at home is not enough. They need to see you defending them in front of family members, at school, at gatherings, and on social media. Silent love does not protect them. Love that is spoken out loud, that shows up without shame, and that stands up to others, that love gives them strength. Correct people who do not respect their names and pronouns. Do not allow anyone, relative or stranger, to disrespect them. Every time you stay silent when someone misgenders them, your child learns that their identity is not important enough to defend. That must never happen. Be present at their school. Meet with teachers and school administrators. Demand that their identity be respected, that their correct name be used, and that they have a safe environment. Your children cannot defend themselves alone against a system that often ignores or erases them. They need you to be their voice where they cannot speak for themselves. And about clothing, let them choose. Clothing is a form of expression, not a box that determines who can wear what. If they want to wear a skirt, let them. If they want bright colors or comfy shirts, let them. Clothing does not define their worth, but their freedom to choose it teaches them that their body belongs to them and that they have the right to be visible. And here is a key point. You must learn to be fluid too. Many parents feel uncomfortable when their child changes their name or wants to dress differently. But your child's growth demands that you grow too. Your child is not the same today as they were a year ago, and that's okay. Your child does not need perfect parents. They need parents willing to grow and learn alongside them. Lead by example. When your children see you introducing them proudly, talking about them without shame, defending their rights without fear, they will learn that their identity is nothing to hide. They will learn that their family is their safe haven and that they never have to hide who they are at home. Seek support. You don't have to know everything. There are organizations, family groups, and professionals who can guide you. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of love and commitment. Always remember this. Your children deserve to live without fear, without guilt, and without shame. That security starts at home. Your support gives them wings, and your pride teaches them that they are worthy of love just as they are. And above all, never forget that being the parent of a transgender or non-binary child is not a burden. It is an honor. Your children are brave, unique, and capable of changing the world. And you, parents, are their first line of defense and their first source of strength. Stay with us here on Vox Ariana, where the voice of our transgender and non-binary family will never be silenced. To the parents, teachers, and siblings listening, this is your moment. This is your chance to change a life. Not just any life, but the life of someone you love, someone who trusts you, someone who looks to you for guidance, for safety, for love. Your child, your student, your sibling, who they are is not up for debate. Their identity is not a phase, not confusion, not something to be fixed. It is real. It is valid. And what they need from you is not silence, not skepticism, not rejection, but support. They need you to stand with them, not against them. They need to hear from you, clearly and without hesitation, that they are loved exactly as they are. Because let me tell you something, the world will try to make them feel small. It will try to erase them, to shame them, to push them into hiding. But you can be the reason they stand tall. You can be the reason they know they are enough. Parents, your child needs more than just tolerance. They need your advocacy, your protection, your unwavering love. They need to hear you say their name, the right name, with pride. They need to see you correct others when they get it wrong. They need to know that your love is not conditional on how they present, how they dress, or how they identify. This is not about what you expected when they were born. This is about who they truly are. And if you're afraid, if you don't understand, learn. Educate yourself. Listen to trans voices. Read books. Talk to people who have walked this path before you. Your child should not have to be their own advocate while also fighting for your love. That is not their job. It is yours. Teachers, your classroom may be the only safe space a non-binary or transgender child has. What you say, how you respond, how you set the tone, it matters. When you use their correct name and pronouns, you're not just following a rule. You are telling them, I see you. You belong here. When you intervene when someone makes a harmful comment, when you create a space that celebrates diversity instead of merely tolerating it, you are giving them something priceless: dignity. Do not underestimate your power. A single teacher, a single ally, can be the difference between a child who thrives and a child who fades into silence. Be the one who believes in them. Be the one who refuses to let them be erased. Siblings, you are their first friend, their first protector, the person who can walk with them through this world in a way no one else can. Your words, your actions, they shape their sense of self. They tell them whether they are alone or whether they have an ally standing beside them. Defend them. Correct others when they get it wrong. Shut down hate when you hear it. Educate yourself so they don't always have to. And most importantly, love them loudly. Let them know, without question, that they have a place in your life, in your family, in this world. Because here's the truth, non-binary and transgender kids do grow up. They become adults. And what they carry with them, whether it's scars from rejection or strength from love, depends on you. This is not a small thing. This is not just about using the right words or putting up a pride flag once a year. This is about survival. This is about mental health. This is about whether the people we claim to love most get to live full, authentic lives, or whether they are forced to shrink, to hide, to suffer in silence. So today, make a choice. Choose to be the reason they believe in themselves. Choose to be the reason they feel safe. Choose to be the person they can turn to when the world feels too heavy. Because one day, they will look back on these years and remember who stood beside them. Be that person.
Stand with them.
Love them. Fight for them. Not tomorrow. Not when it's easier.
Now.
All right, parents of transgender kids, pull up a chair, pour yourself something strong, coffee, wine, oat milk. I'm not judging, because we need to talk. And not the boring PDA meeting kind of talk. No, this is the house is on fire, and you're sitting there debating paint colors kind of talk. Here's the deal. There are people out there, let's call them Donald Trump and the Republican Party, because, well, that's their name, who would love nothing more than to make sure your transgender kid has the emotional equivalent of a root canal without anesthesia for life. Yep, that's their game plan. Because nothing screams freedom and family values quite like targeting kids who just want to exist without some angry dude in a red hat telling them they're a threat to society.
But why?
Why are these folks frothing at the mouth over transgender kids? Simple. Power. Control. And let's be honest, probably some unresolved high school trauma. See, they're terrified that your kid, yes, your fabulous, brave, show-stopping kid, will grow up, go to college, maybe become a lawyer, a doctor, or, heaven forbid, a senator who actually knows how the Constitution works. They don't want that. They don't want people like your kid sitting in positions of power, making laws that protect others, waving rainbow flags in the halls of Congress, and politely suggesting that maybe, just maybe, bigotry is a bad look. So, what's their solution? Traumatize them early. Make life hard. Pass laws that tell them they can't play sports, can't use the right bathroom, can't exist without a constant reminder that someone in government is rooting for their failure. Because if you can crush a kid's spirit young enough, they're less likely to rise up later. It's dark, I know. But we're living in a time where grown adults are having full-blown meltdowns over pronouns like it's the end of civilization. Now, here's where you come in. As a parent, you have two choices. 1. Buy into the fear, the misinformation, and the very loud, very confused people on cable news screaming about gender ideology like it's some kind of new age witchcraft. Or 2. Realize that your kid's happiness, safety, and ability to thrive isn't political, it's parenting. And spoiler alert, if you pick door number 1, you might need to sit with that for a minute. I know some of you might be thinking, but I don't really believe in gender. Isn't it just a social construct? Oh, you sweet, well-meaning philosopher. That's adorable. But here's the thing, your kid isn't a college debate topic. They're not sitting at the breakfast table pondering Judith Butler's theories. They're wondering why the world makes it so hard for them to simply be themselves. And when you, their safe space, their number 1 fan, start treating their identity like a theory instead of a reality, that stings. It confuses them. It tells them, hey, even my own parent isn't sure if I'm valid. And that can do some serious damage. Look, no one's asking you to write a dissertation on queer theory or start quoting bell hooks at the dinner table. But at the very least, you've got to show up for your kid in a way that says, I see you, I believe you, and I'm ready to throw hands if anyone comes for you. Because, trust me, there are plenty of people out there who are coming for them.
Laws. School boards.
That neighbor down the street who still thinks transgender is a phase invented by TikTok. And here's the real kicker. I know you love your kid. I know you want them to be happy, to thrive, to someday do that cheesy thing where they turn to their friends and say, my mom/dad/parent is my hero. Don't lie, we all want that. But love without action? It's like baking a cake and forgetting the flour. Looks nice for a minute, but falls apart the second things get real. So what do? You stand up. You speak out. You make it very clear that no politician, no school board, no Fox News pundit is going to mess with your kids' right to exist in peace. You push back against the laws that want to erase them. You show up at school meetings not just with coffee but with receipts, facts, and that scary level of parental rage that can make a grown man cry. Because at the end of the day, it's simple. Either you fight for your kid now, or you leave them to fight alone later. And trust me, they shouldn't have to. They're already doing the hard work of existing authentically in a world that treats that like a crime. So, pick up the megaphone. Wave the flag. Be the parent that other parents text for advice, because you've got that together. Your kid? They deserve nothing less. And one day, when they're out there thriving, maybe even running for office, passing laws that actually protect people, you'll look back and know you did the right thing. And Donald Trump? He'll still be yelling at clouds somewhere, wondering why no one takes him seriously anymore.
Poetic, right?
Oh, the irony. Here we are again, pretending that lawmakers are bravely defending the children by targeting them. Because nothing screams child protection like legislating the life out of LGBTQ kids. It's almost poetic. If poetry were written in crayon by someone who's really mad at rainbows. Let's not kid ourselves. They're not protecting kids. They're hunting them. Like it's some dystopian reality show called Survivor, the LGBTQ Youth Edition. Every law passed, every banned book, every pearl-clutching monologue about family values is just another sharpened spear aimed straight at queer kids. And the battlefield? Not some grand debate hall. Nope, it's the minds and hearts of LGBTQ youth. Because apparently emotional warfare is just so on trend. And for the love of fake outrage, can we finally drop the charade that this is all about bathrooms or fairness in sports? Oh no, Karen, it's not about Timmy's middle school soccer game. The people pushing this nonsense aren't confused, they're terrified. But not of LGBTQ kids, no. It's the grown-up versions that really freak them out. Adults who vote. Adults who hold office. Adults who gasp change laws, culture, and maybe the entire power structure that's been running on straight-up fear and bad intentions since forever. So, what's the master plan here? Simple.
Breaking Young.
If they can inject enough shame into a kid's identity, traumatize them into submission, and leave them so emotionally scrambled that they spend the rest of their lives in therapy, mission accomplished. Because a kid convinced they're broken isn't storming any castles. They're just trying to survive the moat. And oh, they know exactly what they're doing. These school boards banning LGBTQ books, like It's the Witch trials all over again? The politicians stripping away gender-affirming care, like they're rationing compassion? The influencers foaming at the mouth on TikTok, calling trans kids dangerous? They all get it. Trauma works. Shame sticks. And if they can make a kid feel like their very existence is controversial, they won't have to deal with them later, as loud, proud adults who refuse to play nice. But plot twist, we see through it now. The mask's off. Every family values speech, just a budget cover for hate. Every protect the children law, basically a DIY guide to erasing them. And guess what? We're not playing by their rules anymore. Because here's the thing, this isn't just about surviving. It's about flipping the whole damn table. We're not looking for acceptance anymore. We want influence, power, seats at the table. And if there's no seat, well, we're bringing our own and probably redecorating while we're at it. To every LGBTQ kid reading this, you're not broken. That shame they try to slap onto you? It's a booby trap. The loneliness you felt? That was engineered. And if you've made it this far, you're already stronger than they ever wanted you to be. Now, imagine this. LGBTQ kids who don't have to heal for decades before they can lead. Kids who don't need to fix themselves before they fix the world. That's their worst nightmare. That's why they're doubling down, faster than a politician in an election year. Because empowered LGBTQ youth? They don't just survive, they tear down systems. So here's the call, fight harder. Crash the school board meetings. Drag their outdated policies into the sunlight. Don't just vote. Run for office. Make noise. Be loud. Be annoying. Make them regret every decision. Artists, make art that rattles cages. Writers, tell stories that heal. Filmmakers, put queer heroes front and center, capes optional but highly encouraged. Flood the culture with narratives so bold, so loud, that erasure isn't even an option. And to the parents raising LGBTQ kids, loving them in private isn't enough. The kind of love that saves lives? That's public. That's loud. That's marching in the street, screaming at school boards, and showing up at every single fight. Allies, and I mean real allies, not the ones who wear a rainbow once a year, get in the damn fight. If you're on the sidelines, guess what? You're part of the problem. This system that's crushing queer kids today, it'll come for someone you care about tomorrow. So maybe, I don't know, get involved before that happens. This is it. No more politeness. No more waiting. No more asking for crumbs. The people attacking LGBTQ youth don't want dialogue, they want disappearance. So let's stop debating them and start defeating them. We need to organize, mobilize, disrupt, and yes, make it messy. Build networks that bypass the systems designed to erase us. Protect queer kids like their lives depend on it because, spoiler, they do. They thought trauma would silence us. That shame would make us shrink. But here we are. Louder, angrier, stronger. And this time, we're not playing by their damn rules. It's time to fight like the future depends on it. Because it does. If you are a parent of a transgender or non-binary child, one of the most important things you must understand is that your love cannot live only inside the walls of your home. Love in silence does not protect your child. Silent love does not challenge discrimination. Silent love does not open doors or change hearts. Your child does not just exist in the safety of your living room. They exist in classrooms, in hallways, in bathrooms, in cafeterias, on sports teams, and at birthday parties. They exist in a world that is often unkind to people like them, a world that sees their truth as something controversial, political, or even dangerous. When your child walks into school, they carry more than a backpack. They carry the weight of wondering who will respect them today, who will ignore their pronouns, who will make them feel small. And every time a teacher, a principal, or a classmate treats them like they are a problem, they look to you, their parent, to see if you will fight for them, if you will stand up and say, "My child matters," and you will respect them. The way you show up in those moments will teach your child whether they should be ashamed of who they are or whether they can stand tall. When you meet with school authorities, do not ask politely for your child to be respected. Demand it. Do not ask if it's possible to use the correct name and pronouns. Insist on it. Your child's dignity is not up for debate. If a teacher says, "It's too confusing for me," remind them that it's their job to learn, not your child's job to shrink themselves to make others comfortable. If a principal says, "We don't want to cause controversy," remind them that your child's safety is not controversial. If a coach says, "We don't have a policy for this," remind them that your child's right to play and belong is not something they get to invent policies around. It is a basic right. Do not let politeness become silence. Do not let discomfort become complicity. Your child's mental health, self-worth, and even their safety depend on your willingness to be uncomfortable, to be loud, to be firm. Because every time you back down, every time you allow someone to misgender your child, every time you accept "we'll try our best" instead of "we will do this without question," your child learns something. They learn that they are negotiable. They learn that their identity is fragile. They learn that they are not worth fighting for. And if you think your private love will make up for your public silence, understand this, it won't. Children see and feel the difference between a parent who loves them at home but hides them in public and a parent who loves them loudly, proudly, and without apology. Your silence, even when it comes from fear, teaches them that they are something to be ashamed of. Your silence leaves room for others to mistreat them. Your silence gives permission to schools, family members, and even strangers to erase who they are. But your voice, your unwavering, public, unapologetic voice, tells your child, "You are worth every fight." Your voice tells them, "I will lose friends, I will argue with family, I will challenge teachers and principals if it means you get to be safe, happy, and respected." Your voice tells your child that they are not a secret. This is not easy. You will lose people. Some friends will stop calling. Some family members will gossip. Some schools will call you difficult. Let them. Your child's right to exist is not something you need anyone's permission to defend. You may feel afraid. You may feel unsure. You may not know the perfect words to say. Say them anyway. Because when you stand up for your child, you're not just protecting them. You are teaching them how to protect themselves. You are teaching them that their dignity does not depend on the approval of others. You are teaching them that they are not alone. You are teaching them that they deserve to be seen in their fullness, in their truth, in all the complexity and beauty of who they are. And one day, when they are older, they will remember every fight you fought. They will remember the time you corrected the teacher. They will remember the time you pulled them out of a school that refused to respect them. They will remember the time you stood up at a family gathering and said, "This is my child, and if you can't respect them, you don't deserve to be in their life." They will carry those memories like armor. And they will walk into the world knowing that even if the world tries to break them, they were raised by someone who taught them how to stand, how to fight, and how to believe in their own worth. This is what unconditional love looks like. It is loud. It is public. It is relentless. And it is the greatest gift you can give your child. So I ask you, will you choose silence or will you choose to fight? Will you teach your child to hide or will you teach them to shine? The choice is yours. And your child is watching. This is Vox Ariana, and for every parent listening tonight, know this. Your child's future is shaped not only by who they are, but by how fiercely you love and defend them when the world tries to erase them. The fight is not easy, but they're worth it. And they always have been. Stay with us, because the fight for dignity, safety, and respect continues, right here, right now. I never met Michelle personally, but oh, how I wish I had. You see, Michelle was a force of nature, a woman who defied every expectation, stereotype, and boundary society tried to impose on her. And did that sit well with the comfortable, well-established, cisgender, heterosexual guardians of democracy? An actual transgender woman had the audacity to sit in parliament, wield power, and participate in democracy. The nerve! So naturally a war began. Not a literal war, though I'm sure some would have preferred that, but a good old-fashioned character assassination campaign. Michelle wasn't perfect. Shocking, I know. Because, as we all know, every other politician in Parliament is a paragon of virtue, untouched by scandal, corruption, or backroom deals. Oh, wait. That's not true either. What happened next was nothing short of political theater. Michelle's alleged wrongdoings were magnified, dragged through the mud, amplified by every media outlet willing to participate in the spectacle. Meanwhile, the shady dealings of her cisgender colleagues? Business as usual. Because corruption, when committed by a cisgender politician, is just part of the game. But when a transgender woman is accused of wrongdoing, it suddenly becomes a national emergency. And so, Michelle was attacked, and attacked until she had no choice but to leave Parliament. But did that mean justice had been served? Oh, absolutely. It was clearly a victory for democracy. Corruption had been vanquished. The Parliament was once again pure, untainted, and full of honorable, upstanding cisgender officials who had never done anything remotely unethical in their entire careers. And if you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. Michelle's story was then used as a cautionary tale. Look what happens when you let these LGBTQ people into power. Suddenly, it wasn't just about Michelle, it was about every LGBTQ politician who dared to dream beyond what the cisgender world had allotted for them. The message was clear. Know your place. Be grateful for the scraps you've been given. Stay in the margins. But here's the real problem. The cisgender establishment never expected the LGBTQ community to actually use the rights they had fought for. They thought marriage equality and legal protections were enough to shut everyone up. They didn't anticipate that the LGBTQ community, and especially transgender people, would take those rights and use them to climb the ranks of politics, business, academia, and media. And now they're terrified. Because guess what? We're not just participating in society. We're excelling. We're leading. We're proving, time and time again, that we are just as capable, if not more so, than the people who have been gatekeeping power for centuries. And that, my dear reader, is the true source of their panic. So now we see the next phase of homophobia and transphobia. It's no longer about denying rights outright. That battle has been fought and largely won. Now, it's about selective outrage. It's about the media making sure that every crime committed by a transgender person is amplified to an absurd degree, while the countless crimes committed by cisgender people are treated as unfortunate but normal. It's about ignoring the successes of transgender professionals, politicians, and activists while making sure that one bad apple is used to smear the entire LGBTQ community. It's about making sure that whenever a transgender politician stumbles, it becomes a headline. But when a cisgender politician does the exact same thing, or worse, it's just another day in politics. The world is fine with LGBTQ people as long as they stay in their place. As long as they don't get too ambitious. As long as they don't challenge the idea that cisgender people are somehow inherently more capable of leadership, intelligence, or morality. Well, too bad. Because we're here. And we're not going anywhere. And now, my dear LGBTQ community, especially my transgender and non-binary siblings, it's time for the next fight. Not the fight for basic rights, but the fight for power. The fight to take the rights we have and use them in every possible way. The fight to show the cisgender world that we are not just equals. We are competitors. And in many cases, we are better. This is no longer about asking for acceptance. This is about taking what is ours. It's about standing next to cisgender politicians, business leaders, and academics, not as tokens, but as challengers, as contenders, as the people who will shape the future. And to the cisgender establishment, if you thought giving us rights would keep us quiet, you were wrong. You handed us the tools, and now we're going to build something better than you ever imagined. So sit tight. This is only the beginning. I had an interesting conversation today. It started with a simple question. Can gender identity be scientifically demonstrated? Well, if by demonstrated, you mean proven with the same precision as the laws of physics, then no, because identity is not a chemical formula or a physics equation. But if you mean recognized by science, then yes, absolutely. Gender identity is a widely studied and acknowledged reality in psychology, neuroscience, and medicine. But, of course, that doesn't stop some people from denying it, because why let facts get in the way of a good political stunt? I pointed out how denying gender identity is like denying climate change. Both have extensive scientific support, and both are somehow still up for debate, mostly by people who either lack the knowledge to understand the science or have a vested interest in rejecting it. But here's the thing, science is not a democracy. It doesn't care about opinions, political ideologies, or fragile egos. It is what it is, and it keeps moving forward, whether people like it or not. Yet, some politicians and public figures insist on disregarding this reality. What's even more fascinating is that these are not uninformed people. Oh no, let's not pretend they don't have access to the best scientists, psychologists, and medical experts. They are surrounded by brilliant minds, people who could explain gender identity to them in precise detail. They know exactly what they're doing. They know that transgender and non-binary people exist. They know that science supports this. And still, they choose to erase us. Now, this is where it gets particularly twisted. Some of these same politicians have transgender or non-binary children. Yes, their own kids. They are actively harming their own families with their policies and rhetoric. Imagine knowing your child is non-binary or transgender and still pushing laws that make their life hell. Imagine being so committed to an ideology that you're willing to sacrifice your own flesh and blood on the altar of political convenience. It's cruelty disguised as protecting children, and it's nauseating. Speaking of protecting children, oh, what a delightful irony. They claim they're passing these laws to protect kids. Protect them from what, exactly? From learning that people like me exist? From understanding that identity isn't dictated by rigid binary rules? From knowing that their non-binary and transgender classmates deserve respect? No, let's call it what it is. They want to protect children from knowledge because knowledge leads to empathy, and empathy threatens their entire narrative. But let's talk about the real psychological consequences of all this. When you tell a child that their identity isn't real, that they are somehow broken or unnatural, you are setting them up for a lifetime of pain. You are planting the seeds of self-hatred, depression, and anxiety. You are pushing them toward isolation, toward self-destructive behaviors, toward, in many cases, suicide. And for what? So some insecure adults can feel comfortable in their ignorance? Let's not forget the danger we are walking into. These policies are not just about laws on paper. They embolden hatred. When governments invalidate gender identity, they send a clear message to society. These people don't matter. Their existence is optional. And when people feel like our existence is optional, they feel justified in trying to erase us, physically. We will see more violence, more attacks on transgender and non-binary individuals, more hate crimes, more deaths. Because make no mistake, the people who hate us are paying attention. They see the politicians stripping away our rights, and they take it as permission. If the government can erase us legally, why shouldn't they erase us physically? This is not paranoia. This is history repeating itself. When any group is dehumanized at a political level, violence always follows. And yet, these same politicians will pretend to be shocked when that violence happens. Oh, we never meant for that to happen, they'll say, wiping the blood off their hands. They'll offer their thoughts and prayers as if that does anything. And then they'll move on because, after all, we were never really people to them in the first place, just inconvenient truths they wished didn't exist. So here's the call to action. Parents, wake up. If you love your child, if you value their happiness and mental health, fight back. Advocate for them. Educate yourself. Do not let these politicians dictate who your child can or cannot be. If you stand by silently while your child is erased, don't be surprised when they no longer have the will to keep fighting. And to the children who know who they are, don't let them break you. You are real. You exist. And no law, no politician, no coward hiding behind tradition can take that away from you. And to the politicians doing this, you know exactly what you're doing. History will remember you for it.
And it won't be kind.
So, let's talk about being non-binary in a world that's still struggling to figure out which bathroom sign to stare at in confusion. Because, apparently, existing outside the male-female binary is still considered avant-garde, like wearing Crocs to a wedding. And if you thought it was hard enough explaining pronouns to your grandma, who still thinks the internet is the devil's work, try telling society you exist somewhere between sir and ma'am. Let's start with the obvious. Language is not your friend when you're non-binary. English gives you the mercy of they/them, but half the population thinks that's reserved exclusively for describing a mysterious thief in a crime novel. They stole the jewels. Meanwhile, Spanish laughs in gender grammar, sprinkling O's and A's everywhere like confetti at a very binary parade. I mean, you can try using L, but brace yourself for the linguistic pitchforks. Pronouns are basically social landmines. A trans woman? Easy. She/her. A cis gay man? He/him, no problem. But non-binary? Now people's brains start buffering like they're using dial-up. So, what do I call you? Alien? Unicorn? The artist formerly known as Gender? And here's the kicker. Non-binary folks don't just battle society.
No.
They go toe-to-toe with language itself. Because society says, pick a side, and language says, by the way, I only come in 2 flavors, masculine and feminine. Good luck. It's like being stuck at a buffet that only serves chicken or fish when you're a vegetarian. But wait, it gets better. Picture this. A non-binary person walks into a room. No, this isn't a setup for a bad joke, though it feels like one. They're surrounded by people, probably a few other non-binary folks too. But here's the thing. Everyone's acting. It's like a gender-themed masquerade ball, except the masks are social survival tactics. You see people blending in, turning down their non-binary energy to look more digestible. Less glitter, more camouflage. Because, God forbid, you show a flicker of authentic self before someone mistakes you for just an effeminate guy or a tomboy going through a phase. I've seen it happen. I remember a friend back in the teenage days of awkward haircuts and MySpace profiles. We'd go to someone's house, and the moment they opened the door, my friend's voice would drop like it was auditioning for a Batman reboot. Mannerisms?
Gone.
It was like watching someone slip on an invisible mask, because apparently being too non-binary when meeting new people is still social suicide. And here's where the irony reaches its peak. Even in LGBTQ spaces, yes, the very places meant to be inclusive, non-binary people still have to play hide-and-seek with their identity. You walk into a gay bar thinking, finally, my people, but quickly realize that unless you fit the desirable mold, aka mask for mask, you're just another blurry face in the background. The sad truth? Even within the LGBTQ community, the binary still reigns supreme. So, non-binary folks adapt. They learn to shapeshift, tone down, amp up, whatever it takes. And if you ever see someone at a gay bar suddenly sparkle with their non-binary essence, don't be surprised. It's not that they weren't that person before, it's just that now they feel safe enough to show it. It's like watching a peacock finally spread its feathers, only the peacock spent the whole day pretending to be a pigeon. And don't even get me started on the census. Oh, the joys of bureaucracy. Because when the government finally asks about sexual orientation and gender identity, it's like watching a toddler try to do calculus. So, are you male, female, or other? And if you do manage to find the tiny checkbox for non-binary, congrats. Your data will now be filed under miscellaneous, along with Bigfoot sightings and UFO reports. The real tragedy? This lack of proper data means that non-binary people remain statistically invisible. And when you're invisible in the eyes of the state, guess what? You're invisible in policy making, healthcare, education, you name it. Because it's hard to fight for resources when the official paperwork barely acknowledges your existence. But here's the kicker that nobody wants to say out loud. Society loves a story it can package. A trans woman who passes? Great. We can sell that narrative. A cis gay man? Perfect. Here's your reality show. But a non-binary person who floats somewhere between? Who refuses to conform? Who thrives in ambiguity? Society stares, confused, like it's been asked to solve a Rubik's Cube while blindfolded. So here we are, non-binary people, stuck between a language that doesn't know what to call them and a society that wishes they'd just pick a side already. It's exhausting, it's lonely, and it's absurd. But it's also beautiful, because in a world obsessed with categories, existing beyond them is the most rebellious act of all. And honestly, that's kind of badass. Even if it makes ordering coffee a complete nightmare. Name for the order? Just right gender crisis.
Let's talk about LGBTQ kids, their parents, and the wild, chaotic roller coaster of fighting discrimination. Especially when you've got political figures like Donald Trump treating human rights like expired coupons. Sorry, this one's not valid here. Yeah, because apparently basic decency is just too much to ask. Now, if you're an LGBTQ kid reading this, first of all, you're amazing. Seriously. You're already living in a world where some adults think climate change is a hoax but somehow think your identity is the real danger. Iconic. And if you're a parent of an LGBTQ kid, congratulations. You're officially on the front lines of the most confusing and frustrating fight in modern history. Right between love is love and, but what about the bathrooms? Now let's get into it. Because when Donald Trump stormed into the White House like a reality TV villain who accidentally got real power, one of his first big ideas was, let's make life extra difficult for trans kids. The man really looked at all the problems in the world, climate change, poverty, healthcare, and thought, you know who's the real issue? That 14-year-old trans kid just trying to use the school bathroom. Bravo, sir. Truly presidential. One of Trump's favorite hobbies, besides rage tweeting at 3 a.m. and golfing, was rolling back LGBTQ protections like he was undecorating the White House after Pride Month. Remember when his administration banned trans people from serving in the military? Because apparently defending your country is fine, unless you also happen to own eyeliner. Makes total sense. And let's not forget the efforts to strip LGBTQ kids of protections in schools. Because what's more family values than making sure queer kids feel unsafe in their own classrooms? It's like the administration read the phrase, bullying epidemic, and thought, how can we make this worse? But here's the thing. Power is terrified of LGBTQ kids. Yes, terrified. Because nothing scares the system more than young people who actually know who they are. Kids who refuse to hide. Kids who look at the mess adults made and think, we can fix this, and we'll do it in better shoes. That's why the pushback is so aggressive. Because if LGBTQ kids grow up confident, proud, and ready to fight for justice, oh boy, the status quo doesn't stand a chance. So LGBTQ kids, here's your battle plan. Be loud. Be ridiculous. Be exactly who you are, because nothing sends bigots into a full meltdown faster than unapologetic authenticity. Wear the sparkly jacket. Correct people when they mess up your pronouns. Take up space. Be the main character in every room you walk into. Because when the system tries to erase you, your very existence becomes a revolution. And parents, you're the secret weapon. You don't have to be perfect, just loud enough to drown out the noise. When a school tries to ban a book that mentions LGBTQ identities, show up. When politicians propose laws that target trans kids, call them out. And when your kid comes out to you, respond with something simple, I love you, always. That alone dismantles centuries of bigotry in one sentence. But here's where it gets even better. Fighting back can actually be fun. Ever been to a pride parade? It's like if political resistance and Mardi Gras had a glitter-covered baby. Activism doesn't have to be grim. It can be dancing, singing, marching, memangy. It's about community, joy, and the kind of chaos that makes oppressive systems shake in their boots. Now, let's get strategic. Because Trump may have strutted out of the White House, but the policies, attitudes, and supporters that propped him up, oh, they're still around, lurking like a bad sequel no one asked for. They thrive on fear, disinformation, and the hope that LGBTQ people and their allies will get too tired to keep fighting. So here's the game plan. 1. Vote. Yeah, I know it sounds basic, but it works. Vote for school board members, mayors, governors, anyone who controls policies affecting LGBTQ kids. Because the next time someone tries to ban rainbow flags in schools, wouldn't it be great if your local officials responded with, LOL? No? 2. Show up. Protests, school board meetings, pride parades, be there. And bring snacks. The revolution runs on granola bars. 3. Speak up. Teachers misgendering your kid? Politicians pushing anti-trans bills? Aunt Karen sharing some all lives matter nonsense on Facebook? Call it out. Nicely if you can. Sarcastically if you must. 4. Build community. Bigotry thrives in isolation. LGBTQ kids need spaces where they're not just tolerated but celebrated. Find those spaces, or better yet, create them. And here's a spicy little secret. The more people try to erase LGBTQ identities, the brighter they shine. It's like the Streisand effect, but for human rights. The harder they push, the harder we push back, with better signs and way more glitter. Look, Trump's administration may have tried to turn LGBTQ kids into invisible footnotes in history books, but spoiler alert, they failed. Because you can't erase a movement that's been centuries in the making. You can't silence kids who've been taught their voices matter. And you sure as hell can't stop love from existing, though wow, they really gave it their best shot. So LGBTQ kids, be bold. Be messy. Be legendary. And parents? Be the fierce, protective, slightly embarrassing guardians you were destined to be. Together, you're unstoppable. Because the thing about movements is, they don't end when one administration leaves. They evolve. They grow. And most importantly, they win.
All right, let's talk about one of the most controversial topics out there, because apparently, understanding basic human biology and psychology is harder than explaining quantum physics to a brick wall. Yes, I'm about to dive into the wildly misunderstood realms of gender, sexual orientation, and sex. And no, this isn't some secret social agenda, it's not witchcraft, and it definitely isn't some guy named Chad's opinion on Reddit, it's science. Buckle up. Let's kick things off with sex. Not the fun kind, sorry, but the biological one. You know, the one assigned at birth based on whether a doctor took a quick glance and went, yep, that's a boy, or yep, that's a girl. It's literally about chromosomes XX, XY, and sometimes a little remix, shout out to intersex folks, reproductive organs, and hormones.
Groundbreaking, right?
Except for the part where people think this is the only thing that matters when it comes to identity, as if humans are Pokemon, who can only evolve into one of two forms. Spoiler alert, it's more complex than that. Now, gender, this is where people's brains start to overheat. Gender isn't your plumbing. It's how you feel, how you express yourself, and how you experience the world. It's cultural, it's social, it's personal. And no, Karen, wearing pink doesn't make a man less of a man, just like driving a truck doesn't automatically make someone a testosterone-fueled alpha male. Gender is a spectrum. Yes, a spectrum. Not two boxes where you pick one and get a lifetime supply of either floral-scented candles or barbecue sauce. People often confuse sex and gender, thinking they're interchangeable, like Coke and Pepsi. But that's like saying a house and the furniture inside are the same thing. The house is the structure, sex, but the way you decorate it, mid-century modern, Gothic dungeon, complete chaos with beanbags everywhere, that's gender. It's your vibe, your expression, your identity. Then there's sexual orientation. Oh boy, this is where people really lose their minds. So, if someone's a guy but feels like a girl but likes girls, is he straight, gay, or an alien? Listen, it's not that complicated. Sexual orientation is simply about who you're attracted to, emotionally, romantically, physically. It's not determined by what's in your pants or anyone else's. Straight, gay, bi, pan, ace. There's a whole menu. And guess what? People can order what they want. Wild, I know. And yet, despite this being basic science, covered in Psychology 101 and backed by decades of research, people still act like it's some kind of conspiracy cooked up in a secret LGBTQ meeting room, complete with rainbow capes and glitter cannons. Newsflash, nobody is trying to convert anyone. It's not like there's a sexuality sales pitch. Hi, have you considered bisexuality today? We have a 2-for-1 deal. But here's the kicker. Every time someone says, it's just an ideology, I lose approximately 3 brain cells. No, Brad, it's not an ideology, like choosing between being a cat person or a dog person. It's science. Neuroscience, biology, psychology, all those fancy fields people suddenly don't trust when it makes them uncomfortable. It's like when people trust climate scientists to predict a hurricane but call it fake news when they say humans caused global warming. Pick a lane. And oh, the irony of folks screaming, there are only 2 genders, while typing angrily into their phone, using technology that works thanks to scientific principles they clearly only half believe in. They'll trust science to fly a metal tube through the sky at 600 miles per hour, but draw the line at neuroscience explaining gender identity. Because that's the real witchcraft. Let me also debunk this classic hit. If we let people identify however they want, what's next? People marrying toasters? Yes, because that's exactly what the LGBTQ community is after. Equal rights for household appliances. I mean, come on. If your entire worldview falls apart because someone's gender identity doesn't match the sticker they got at birth, maybe it's time for a little self-reflection. Or therapy. Definitely therapy. And you know what? It's fascinating how obsessed some people are with the private lives of others. Like, why do you care who someone loves or how they identify? I don't sit around judging you for naming your dog Mr. Snuggles or for thinking pineapple belongs on pizza. It doesn't, but I digress. But oh no, let someone use they/them pronouns, and suddenly it's the end of civilization. Here's the deal. Gender, sexual orientation, and sex are different. They interact, sure, but they're not the same thing. It's like mixing up coffee, cream, and sugar. They can go together, but they're not identical. And accepting this isn't about pushing an agenda or erasing tradition. It's about respecting human diversity, the same way we figured out the Earth isn't flat, although some people are still struggling with that one. So, next time someone gets all flustered and says, I just don't get it. Well, maybe it's not that it's confusing. Maybe it's that some folks just don't want to understand. Because understanding means having to accept that the world isn't black and white. It's a chaotic, beautiful, messy rainbow. And honestly, that's kind of amazing. And remember, it's not ideology. It's not some Tumblr trend. It's science. It's psychology. It's real life. So breathe deep, unclench, and let people be who they are. Because if a person identifying as non-binary ruins your day, maybe your problems are a little deeper than pronouns. If you're the parent of a transgender child, you already know that loving your kid sometimes means standing in front of them, shielding them from a world that's determined to tear them down. But love isn't always soft. Sometimes love is fierce. Sometimes it's loud. And right now, it needs to be relentless. Because what's happening to transgender children isn't random. It's not a misunderstanding or a debate about policy. It's a calculated, strategic attack designed to erase them. And the people in power, the lawmakers, school boards, religious leaders, media figures, know exactly what they're doing. They want your child to feel isolated. They want them to feel unsafe. They want them to question their worth. Because a child who grows up doubting themselves is a child who won't grow into a leader. And that's the ultimate goal, to break them before they can rise. They don't say it out loud, of course. They mask their cruelty in the language of protection. They hide behind claims of preserving family values or safeguarding children. But look closer, and the rot is obvious. When they pass laws banning gender-affirming healthcare, when they force teachers to misgender students or remove LGBTQ books from libraries, they aren't protecting anyone. They're controlling the narrative. They're cutting off transgender kids from the resources, role models, and community that could empower them. The truth is, this isn't about sports teams or bathrooms or pronouns. It's about power. It's about a system terrified of change. A system that thrives when people conform, obey, and stay in their place. Transgender kids, by their very existence, challenge that system. They challenge rigid ideas about gender, about identity, about what's normal. And that terrifies those in power. So they respond with control. They legislate identities. They criminalize healthcare. They weaponize schools. And in the process, they put a target on your child's back. And where are the so-called protectors now? Where are the community leaders, the politicians who swear they care about kids? Too many of them are the ones holding the knives. And when parents of transgender kids speak out, they're often met with silence, or worse, outright hostility. Suddenly, it's not just your child under attack.
It's you.
Your parenting is questioned. Your values are smeared. Your family is treated like a threat. It's exhausting. It's isolating. And that's by design. Because if they can make you feel alone, they can make you stop fighting. If they can turn your neighbors, your school board, even your extended family against you, they think you'll retreat. They think you'll back down. But you can't. You can't afford to. Because the people attacking trans kids aren't going to stop. They've found a new target, and they're not letting go. To them, your child is political capital. Their identity is a wedge issue. Their existence is a tool to rally voters, fundraise, and score points in a never-ending culture war. They don't care about the suicide rates. They don't care about the bullying. They don't care about the fear your child carries walking into school every day. They care about power, and they're willing to sacrifice your child to keep it. But here's what they didn't count on you. They didn't count on the parents who refuse to stay silent. The parents who show up at school board meetings, who march, who call out the lies, who don't care about being polite because their kid's life is on the line. That's what terrifies them. Because they can ignore the activists. They can tune out the media. But parents? Parents fighting for their children? That's unstoppable. And you're not alone. There are thousands of other parents who are fighting the same fight, carrying the same exhaustion, feeling the same rage. Find them. Link arms with them. Because together, you're stronger than any school board, any lawmaker, any system of control. The hardest part? Sometimes you'll be fighting your own community. The people you thought you could trust, neighbors, friends, even family, will turn away. They'll parrot the talking points about biological sex and protecting girls in sports. They'll act like this is about fairness when it's about erasure. And you'll have to make a choice. Stay quiet to keep the peace or fight like hell for your kid. Choose your kid. Every time. Because the people who attack trans kids don't stop at the kids. They go after the families. They go after the support systems. They want to make it so painful to stand up that no one dares to. That's the game. And the only way to win is not to back down. Show up, even when it's terrifying. Speak out, even when your voice shakes. Call out the lies, even when you're outnumbered. Vote like your kid's life depends on it, because it does. Every law passed that restricts healthcare, every book pulled from a shelf, every bathroom ban, every attack on education, these are not isolated events. They're part of a larger machine designed to erase transgender people from public life. And your child feels every bit of it. They feel it when their school won't call them by their name. They feel it when they see politicians debating whether they deserve health care. They feel it when people stare at them in public bathrooms, when adults whisper about them, when classmates repeat the hateful things they hear at home. But they also feel it when you fight for them. They feel it when you speak up, when you challenge the school, when you show them that their existence isn't something to be hidden, it's something to be defended loudly and without apology. And that kind of love, that kind of fierce, unapologetic, public love, it's the most powerful thing in the world. It's the one thing those in power can't control. They can ban books. They can pass cruel laws. They can spread misinformation. But they can't stop a parent who refuses to let their kid be erased. So be that parent. Be louder than their hate. Be braver than their fear. And never, ever stop fighting. Because your child is watching. And they need to see that when the world tried to erase them, their parents stood tall, unflinching, and refused to let it happen. They need to see that love isn't passive. Love is a battle cry. And this is your fight. Now go in it. Parents, we're at the end of tonight's program, but the conversation we're having, the one about the survival, dignity, and future of your transgender and non-binary children, is nowhere near over. There's no sugarcoating what's at stake. This is not about politics, trends, or debates on morning television. This is about your child's life. Their ability to wake up every day, look in the mirror, and believe they have the right to exist, with dignity, with joy, with safety. If that makes you uncomfortable, good. Because what your child faces is far more than discomfort. Your transgender or non-binary child is living in a world where powerful people, presidents, governors, lawmakers, school boards, even some doctors, have decided that their existence is optional. That their right to be seen, respected, and protected depends on whether it fits into someone's warped version of morality or outdated understanding of biology. Those people do not care about your child. They do not care if your child wakes up in tears because they have to choose between being invisible to survive or being visible and attacked. They do not care if your child spends hours rehearsing how to correct someone misgendering them, only to be told that their identity is a distraction. They do not care if your child has to endure adults debating whether they deserve medical care, school bathrooms, or even the right to play on a sports team. These people want to break your child. And if you, the parent, do not step between your child and those who want to erase them, who will? There is no neutral ground here. You either fight for your child loudly and relentlessly, or you silently allow the world to teach your child that they are disposable. Your silence will not save them. Your politeness will not protect them. Your fear of rocking the boat will not shield them from the politicians, school boards, and talking heads who are more than willing to sacrifice your child's life to score points with voters who fear what they refuse to understand. You may have grown up thinking that gender was simple, a box you checked at birth and never questioned again. Maybe you were raised to think that anything outside of male or female was strange, even wrong. But your child, your beautiful, brave child, is not a mistake to be fixed. They are a truth to be honored. And honoring them means fighting like hell for them. It means walking into that school and making it clear that you are not asking for respect. You are demanding it. It means telling teachers, principals, and superintendents that your child's identity is not up for debate or discussion. It means refusing to let anyone treat your child like a curiosity, a problem, or a controversy. If your child's school misgenders them, dead names them, or treats them as anything less than who they are, you do not shrug it off. You escalate. You meet with the principal. You write emails. You show up to school board meetings. You demand accountability. And when the adults in charge hide behind excuses, it's too complicated, we need more time. We don't want to upset anyone. You remind them that the only person at risk here is your child. Their comfort does not matter. Their ignorance is not your child's burden to carry. If a teacher refuses to use your child's correct name and pronouns, you demand their removal from your child's life. If the school refuses to provide a safe, affirming environment, you go public. You do not make your child smaller so that bigots can be comfortable. You do not teach your child to shrink to survive. Because every time you tell your child, just ignore it, or don't make a big deal out of it, what you're really telling them is, who you are isn't worth fighting for. And when lawmakers pass bills banning gender-affirming care, banning books, banning the very mention of transgender people in schools, you do not sit quietly at home, hoping it won't reach your door. It's already at your door. Every anti-trans law, every school policy that erases your child's identity, every politician who calls your child's existence a threat, they are all sending the same message. They want your child gone. That's not exaggeration. When politicians say, we want to protect children, they mean children who fit into their narrow, outdated mold. They do not mean your child. Your child is an inconvenience to them. Proof that human beings cannot be boxed into neat categories. Proof that their rigid worldview is a lie. So they try to erase your child. They ban books that tell your child's story. They criminalize the doctors who want to help your child. They punish the teachers who dare to respect your child's pronouns. They create laws designed to push your family out of schools, out of communities, out of public life. They want you to give up. Do not give them what they want. Fight for your child in every room you walk into. Fight for them at the doctor's office, at the school, at the dinner table. Fight for them when politicians call them a danger, when neighbors whisper about them, when relatives say, I just don't understand. Fight for them when you're tired. Fight for them when you're scared. Fight for them even if you've never fought for anything before. Because your child is watching. And if they see you back down, if they see you choose silence over their dignity, they will learn to do the same. But if they see you stand, if they see you refuse to let anyone erase them, they will learn they're worth fighting for. They will learn that their identity is not a shameful secret. They will learn that they are loved not in spite of who they are, but because of who they are. They will learn that there is nothing wrong with them. There is only something wrong with a world that refuses to make room for them. Be the parent who makes room. Be the parent who teaches your child to walk tall, even when the world tries to break their back. Be the parent who loves loudly, proudly, without apology, without exception, without hesitation. Because your love, loud, public, unwavering love, might be the only thing standing between your child and a world that wants them to disappear. And if that makes you the difficult parent, the activist parent, the parent who always has something to say, good. Wear that title with pride. Because your child's life is not a debate. Their humanity is not up for discussion. And you, their parent, are the one person who cannot afford to fail them. This is Vox Ariana. Your child deserves a world where they are seen, respected, and celebrated. But until that world exists, they need you to build it for them, one fight at a time. Thank you for listening.
Your child exists beyond your expectations, beyond your beliefs, beyond your comfort. They exist, and that is enough. You are not their maker, their owner, nor their jailer. You have no right to carve them into a shape that soothes your ignorance or coddles your fear. They are not clay for you to mold. They are fire, air, and will incarnate. Your approval is irrelevant to their right to exist. Your child's gender, their identity, belongs to no one but them. It is not subject to negotiation, compromise, or denial. To question it, to challenge it, to demand justification for their being, is an act of violence. The days when parents could dictate the terms of a child's existence are over. Your control is dead, buried under the weight of your child's unyielding right to freedom. You have two paths before you. Stand with your child or stand in their way. There is no middle ground. To refuse them dignity is to align yourself with their oppressors. To demand silence, erasure, or conformity is to betray your duty as a parent and your responsibility as a human being. If your love is conditional, transactional, or bound by the limits of your own imagination, it is no love at all, only another weapon aimed at your child's heart. Your child has the right to name themselves, to declare who they are, and to be heard, respected, and affirmed. This is not a privilege you bestow. It is a birthright you either defend or violate. They have the right to exist unmasked, unashamed, and unburdened by your prejudice. You are not asked for understanding. You are commanded to accept. Understanding may come with time. Acceptance must come now. Your discomfort is irrelevant. Your confusion is irrelevant. Your personal beliefs, religious doctrines, and outdated certainties are irrelevant. Your child's survival, dignity, and freedom eclipse them all. Know this: your rejection does not erase them. Your silence does not erase them. Your refusal to see does not make them disappear. They will live, either with your support or in spite of your absence. And if they must choose between your comfort and their life, they will and should choose themselves. If you stand against your child's right to be, you align yourself with every force that has ever sought to extinguish them. History will not remember your discomfort. It will remember your cruelty. You can be your child's refuge or their first oppressor. That choice will define you forever. Your child is free. Your authority ends where their humanity begins. Accept it or become irrelevant. The only commandment here is this: stand beside them or stand aside. There is no compromise with erasure. There is no negotiation with those who believe they have the power to legislate identity out of existence. You, who sit in your offices and chambers drafting laws to criminalize existence itself, understand this: your laws have no authority over reality. Your ink dries, your words fill the air, but nothing you write, nothing you decree, nothing you banish from your documents will touch the truth of who we are. We were here before your governments, your religions, your systems of control. We existed before your binary prison was imagined and forced into flesh. Your denial is irrelevant. Your discomfort is irrelevant. Your outdated ideologies are irrelevant. You are fighting against the natural order, and nature always reclaims what was taken. No government grants us the right to exist. Existence itself is our proof and our justification. No legislation can strip us of that right. You can only expose the depths of your own irrelevance, your impotence against the simple fact that we live. You may erase us from your laws, your classrooms, your censuses, and your borders, but your fear will not unmake us. You are not lawmakers. You are architects of cruelty, and history will brand you as such. There will be no forgiveness for those who seek to obliterate us, not through silence, not through slow suffocation, not through legal decrees or bureaucratic maneuvers. Your intent is known, your cowardice documented, and your failure inevitable. For every trans child erased from your records, 10 more will rise to defy you. For every non-binary voice silenced, a chorus will shatter the silence you cling to. Governments, institutions, and parents who stand against us, understand this: there is no place for you in the future we are building. You will either step aside or be swept aside. You may cling to your fading illusions of control, but the world is already leaving you behind. There is no tolerance for intolerance. There is no respect for erasure. We do not ask for inclusion, we demand it. We do not beg for recognition, we take it. We do not debate our existence, we embody it. If your laws, your policies, your beliefs, or your fears cannot make room for us, then they will break beneath the weight of our existence. To those in power who think this is a temporary struggle, you are mistaken. You are not fighting ideology. You are fighting nature itself, and nature never loses. Stand with us or be crushed beneath us. There is no middle path. We will not sit quietly while you erase us. We will not be silent while you legislate our humanity out of existence. We will not lower our voices to ease your discomfort, nor will we hide ourselves to preserve your fragile illusions of order. Every law you pass, every denial you write into policy, every attack you unleash only strengthens our resolve. We are not asking for acceptance, we are claiming what is ours by right. Our existence is not up for debate. Our dignity is not conditional. Our freedom is not yours to grant or withhold. We will fight you in the streets, in the courts, in the schools, in your homes, and in your governments. We will not be erased, silenced, or pushed back into the shadows you have built to contain us. We will resist with every breath, every action, and every refusal to disappear. We are not a trend, not a phase, not an anomaly. We are nature's truth, untamed, ungoverned, undeniable. Our fight does not end with survival, it ends with liberation. You will not define us. You will not break us. You will not outlast us. We are here and we are coming. Stand aside or prepare for resistance without mercy, without pause, and without end. This is not a plea. This is a warning. I will not sit quietly while the powerful orchestrate the destruction of LGBTQ children's lives. I will not water down the truth or sugarcoat the sinister reality we are facing. What is happening is not an accident. It is not a misunderstanding or a difference of opinion. It is a calculated, ruthless assault on the very existence of LGBTQ youth. The people in power, lawmakers, school boards, judges, and so-called leaders know exactly what they are doing. They are targeting children with precision, stripping away their rights, silencing their voices, and pushing them toward despair. And they do it without remorse. This is not about morality. It is not about religion. It is not about protecting children as they so hypocritically claim. It is about control. It is about fear. It is about erasing anyone who does not conform to their narrow, suffocating vision of society. And in that mission, they have found LGBTQ children to be the perfect scapegoat. The powerful have always known that the easiest way to spread fear is to attack the most vulnerable. LGBTQ kids are easy targets. They are young, they are still discovering who they are, and they often lack the support systems they need to survive in a world that already marginalizes them. These kids are not political pawns. They are not ideological battlegrounds. They are children. But that hasn't stopped lawmakers from using them as cannon fodder in their relentless culture wars. Let me be clear, the anti-LGBTQ laws being passed are not random acts of bigotry. They are deliberate strategies designed to break these kids. Every "Don't Say Gay" bill, every ban on gender-affirming care, every restriction on books and educational materials that acknowledge LGBTQ identities, these are not isolated incidents. They are part of a coordinated effort to erase LGBTQ youth from public life, to make their very existence controversial, to push them back into the shadows where the powerful believe they belong. They want LGBTQ kids to be afraid. They want them to be invisible. They want them to suffer in silence until they either conform or disappear. And we know what happens when kids are forced into silence. We have the data. We have the stories. We have decades of evidence showing that LGBTQ youth who are denied acceptance and support face astronomical rates of depression, self-harm, homelessness, and suicide. We know that when kids are told explicitly or implicitly that they are a mistake, that who they are is shameful or wrong, they begin to believe it. And when that shame takes root, it becomes a poison that eats away at them until there is nothing left. So let's stop pretending that this is about policy differences or civil discourse. This is about life and death. This is about children being pushed to the brink because grown adults in positions of power have decided that their existence is too inconvenient, too complicated, too uncomfortable. We have heard the excuses. They say they are protecting children by banning books that talk about LGBTQ identities. Protecting children from what? From understanding that love exists in many forms? From learning that their own identities are valid? No, they're not protecting children. They're protecting bigotry. They say they are safeguarding fairness in sports by banning trans kids from competing. Fairness? There is nothing fair about isolating children, denying them community, and turning them into targets for harassment and violence. They say they are defending parental rights by restricting what teachers can say in classrooms. But whose parental rights? Not the rights of parents who love and affirm their LGBTQ kids. Not the rights of parents who want their children to grow up in inclusive, compassionate environments. No, the only parental rights they care about are the rights of parents who want to erase LGBTQ existence from public view. This is the game they play, frame bigotry as protection, disguise hate as morality, and hope that we are too tired, too broken, or too afraid to fight back. But we are not tired, we are not broken, and we are done being afraid. This is a call to every parent, every teacher, every activist, every human being who still believes in decency and dignity. It is time to stop asking. It is time to start demanding. It is time to fight like the lives of these children depend on it, because they do. We need to be unapologetic. We need to be relentless. We need to make it impossible for lawmakers to pass these laws in silence, impossible for them to hide behind false pretenses. Every time they introduce an anti-LGBTQ bill, we need to flood their offices with calls, letters, and protests. We need to make their cruelty visible to the world. We need parents storming school boards, not just to demand inclusive curriculums, but to defend LGBTQ kids against the onslaught of hate disguised as policy. We need teachers who refuse to comply with censorship, who teach the truth, who make their classrooms safe spaces, who stand as shields for the students who have nowhere else to turn. We need lawsuits. We need activism. We need protests that block roads, fill courthouses, and make headlines. We need to force a reckoning. Because the truth is, the people in power will not change unless we make them. They will not wake up one morning and suddenly decide to stop attacking LGBTQ kids. They will stop when it becomes more painful for them to continue than it is for them to quit. That is where we come in. We must make it clear that for every law they pass, for every right they try to strip away, there will be consequences. There will be protests. There will be lawsuits. There will be outrage. We must drown out their lies with truth. We must drown out their hate with love, but not a quiet, passive love. A fierce, militant, unapologetic love that will not back down. We cannot afford to be polite. We cannot afford to soften our words or calm our anger. This is a fight for survival. And in fights for survival, mercy is a luxury we cannot afford. To the lawmakers passing these bills, to the governors signing them into law, to the school boards enforcing them, you will be remembered. History will record your names alongside those who enforced segregation, those who fought against women's suffrage, those who upheld slavery. You will not be remembered as defenders of morality or protectors of children. You will be remembered as the villains you are. And to every parent of an LGBTQ child, your voice is powerful. Your love is revolutionary. You have a responsibility to fight, not just for your child, but for every child. Because this is not just about individual families. This is about the kind of world we are creating. And right now, that world is not safe for LGBTQ kids. But it can be. If we fight hard enough. If we refuse to back down. If we refuse to let these children be erased. We owe them that. We owe them everything. I will not watch another generation grow up believing that their existence is a crime. I will not let the powerful destroy these kids without a fight. This is the line in the sand. They will not erase us. They will not erase our children. We are done asking. We are done waiting. We are done being polite. Now we fight. The strategic path for non-binary and transgender youth, along with their families and friends, to win over those who deny their identities must rest on a foundation of unapologetic strength, relentless visibility, and the unwavering assertion of truth. The first step is the total rejection of erasure. Non-binary and transgender youth must stand in the fullness of their identities, unhidden and unsoftened, existing not as subjects of debate, but as undeniable facts. Families and friends must amplify this presence, making clear that love and support are not contingent, but absolute. The collective visibility of supportive networks and proud youth disrupts the illusion that these identities are rare, confused, or temporary. Visibility renders denial increasingly untenable by making it impossible for the deniers to pretend they are addressing abstractions rather than living, breathing individuals with agency and strength. The strategy does not rely on passively requesting understanding or pleading for empathy from those who refuse to see. Instead, it asserts truth directly and without hesitation. It demands the space to exist without permission. Those who deny these identities must be confronted with unwavering clarity at every turn. The responsibility to understand is placed on them, and the refusal to do so is made their failing alone. Families and allies must be prepared to speak clearly, correct misinformation, and refuse to retreat into silence when confronted with prejudice. The strategy treats identity denial not as a differing perspective, but as a falsehood to be dismantled. Preemptive action is essential. Waiting for conflict allows deniers to control the terms of the conversation. Instead, the strategy requires families and allies to anticipate areas where denial may arise and fill those spaces with truth before the opposition can take root. Schools, medical offices, community spaces, and local governments must be approached proactively. Policies and cultural norms must be shaped with non-binary and transgender inclusion at the forefront. When this is done, those who seek to deny these identities are placed on the defensive, forced to argue against established facts and values rather than presenting their bigotry as reasonable skepticism. Public narrative is both battlefield and prize. Those who deny non-binary and transgender identities rely on cultural myths and distortions to sustain their position. The strategy seizes control of the narrative through stories, art, public declarations, and personal accounts that make the reality of these identities undeniable and deeply human. Families and allies must ensure these stories are told broadly and frequently, giving those who might be influenced by denialism an alternative rooted in truth and lived experience. Narrative is not passively shaped, it is seized, defined, and weaponized to undermine denial. Every moment of progress, every instance of recognition must be celebrated and magnified. Cultural victories shift public perception, making future denials not only inaccurate but socially unacceptable. This does not mean waiting for formal legal victories but celebrating small shifts in individual attitudes, classroom discussions, media representation, and local policy changes. Each win is a tool to weaken opposition, reinforcing the inevitability of acceptance. This steady pressure demoralizes deniers, particularly those whose rejection is rooted more in cultural inertia than personal conviction. Confrontation is unavoidable and must be met with proportional force. When opposition escalates into outright attacks, whether through policy, public discourse, or personal aggression, the response must be swift, public, and unflinching. Families and allies must be prepared to challenge harmful policies, confront public figures, and leverage both legal systems and public pressure campaigns to isolate deniers and make clear that rejection carries material and social consequences. The goal is not to persuade the most entrenched deniers, but to make the cost of denial so high that those on the margins of the conflict choose acceptance out of necessity. Internal strength within non-binary and transgender youth must also be cultivated. They must be equipped with the knowledge, resilience, and sense of personal power necessary to face a world where denial may persist despite all efforts. This internal strength does not come from seeking approval, but from an unshakable sense of personal truth, reinforced by a supportive community and a clear understanding that their identity is neither a mistake nor a weakness. Families must support this process by modeling unwavering pride and reinforcing that their child's identity is not a source of shame or compromise. The long-term strategy requires occupying spaces of influence. Families and allies must encourage non-binary and transgender youth to pursue leadership roles in schools, local organizations, creative fields, and eventually positions of civic and cultural power. When these identities exist not only as participants but as decision-makers, denial becomes increasingly unsustainable. Institutions reflect those who shape them. Shifting culture and policy from within ensures future non-binary and transgender youth face less resistance. The strategy does not frame victory as a future event, but as an ongoing process. Every action taken to assert truth, shift culture, and directly confront denial is itself a victory. The presence of non-binary and transgender youth, thriving despite opposition, is already a form of conquest. Families and allies must adopt the mindset that there is no return to invisibility, no allowance for quiet tolerance in place of full acceptance. This refusal to retreat defines the strategy's core. The hearts and minds of those who currently deny non-binary and transgender identities are not the primary objective, but they are a secondary target. Some will change when confronted with undeniable truth, whether through personal stories, cultural shifts, or legal pressures. Others will cling to denial regardless of evidence, but their influence can be neutralized through isolation and the steady erosion of cultural support for their views. Persuasion happens not through gentleness, but through the steady advance of truth, the displacement of falsehoods, and the demonstration that denying reality is a losing battle. The ultimate aim is to build a world where non-binary and transgender youth do not need to constantly defend their right to exist. To reach that point, families, friends, and allies must embrace both the personal and cultural nature of this struggle. Identity is personal, but the fight for recognition is collective. Victory lies in making denial so difficult, so costly, and so absurd that it collapses under its own weight. The power of non-binary and transgender youth, supported by unflinching families and allies, is the unstoppable force that erodes every barrier until only truth remains. This strategy is not passive, not conciliatory, and not dependent on the gradual awakening of deniers. It is direct, bold, and relentless, recognizing that truth must be asserted with force and clarity to overcome deeply rooted prejudice. The process requires both patience and urgency, recognizing that every moment of delay allows denial to persist, but every step forward weakens its grip. With steady, unapologetic strength, the future belongs to those who refuse to let truth be silenced.
We refuse to be erased, exposing the agenda to break LGBTQ youth and the urgent fight for our future. The attack on LGBTQ rights isn't just a policy debate or a tug-of-war between social ideologies. It's a full-scale assault on the very essence of LGBTQ youth. This is not about protecting children, as the architects of oppression so loudly proclaim. It's about control. It's about manipulation. It's about shaping the future in a way that guarantees LGBTQ people remain sidelined, silent, broken, and stripped of the power they rightfully deserve. Let's be brutally honest. They aren't terrified of LGBTQ kids existing. They're terrified of LGBTQ kids thriving. They're terrified of them growing up into leaders, innovators, and decision-makers who can disrupt the status quo. They fear a future where queer people aren't just footnotes in history books, but authors of them, writing laws, running companies, leading nations. And so, they act early. They aim for the root. They target the youth. Because if you can break a child, you can control the adult they become. The strategy is as old as oppression itself. Weaponize shame, breed self-doubt, and choke ambition at its inception. They know that if LGBTQ kids grow up internalizing the belief that they are defective or dangerous, they will never dare to step into positions of power. They will shrink themselves, limit their dreams, and avoid spaces where true change happens. This isn't speculative. It's calculated. Look at the legislation. Look at the book bans. Look at the censorship in classrooms. Look at the obsessive policing of identities. Laws that claim to protect children from LGBTQ content aren't about safety. They're about silence. They're about invisibility. Because when children don't see themselves reflected in leadership, in history, in science, In art, they begin to believe they don't belong there. They are manufacturing shame. When lawmakers strip LGBTQ content from schools and libraries, they're not shielding kids, they're building walls around them. They are intentionally cutting queer youth off from their history, from their heroes, from proof that they are not alone. And when you strip away history, when you erase the existence of LGBTQ leaders, innovators, and revolutionaries, you control what's possible in a child's imagination. This is not accidental. This is not about values. This is strategic, generational sabotage. And here's the most sinister part. They've mastered the art of cloaking their bigotry in the language of care. We're protecting children, they say, as they pass laws that make it impossible for LGBTQ youth to exist safely in their own schools. We're safeguarding families, they insist, as they rip away healthcare, legal protections, and basic human rights. It's a grotesque manipulation, one designed to paint the oppressors as saviors while the real victims are gaslit into silence. But we see through it, because here's what they really want. A future where LGBTQ people remain peripheral, decorators of society, but never architects of it. The stereotype of the creative queer isn't just a casual trope. It's a cage. It subtly suggests that LGBTQ people are perfect for roles that add color to society, artists, dancers, stylists, but ill-suited for leadership, for governance, for positions of real influence. It's another form of erasure, wrapped in what sounds like a compliment. Because if we're busy decorating the world, we're not leading it. But this ends now. The manipulation has gone on long enough. The cruelty of these policies isn't collateral damage, it's the point. When they criminalize trans healthcare, when they censor inclusive education, when they strip LGBTQ youth of affirming spaces, they know exactly what they're doing. They're traumatizing children into submission. They are engineering a generation too broken to rise. And the consequences are devastating. LGBTQ youth already face disproportionately high rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide, not because of who they are, but because of a world engineered to break them. When lawmakers pass bills that force teachers to remain silent about LGBTQ identities, when school boards pull queer literature off shelves, they're not neutral. They're accomplices in that harm. They are manufacturing isolation. They are breeding shame. And shame is the most powerful tool of control, because a child who feels ashamed of who they are will never fight back. They will not run for office. They will not lead movements. They will not sit at the decision-making tables that shape our future. And that is exactly what those in power want. But we refuse to let them win. To the LGBTQ community, it's time to stop waiting for permission. Stop accepting scraps of representation while real power remains locked away. We don't need token roles. We need influence. We need queer politicians, trans scientists, non-binary CEOs, lesbian judges, bisexual generals, and gay presidents. We need to take over the spaces they've told us aren't for us, and we need to do it without apology. This is not the time for polite advocacy. It's the time for disruption. If you've ever believed that leadership wasn't for you, unlearn that lie. If you've ever shrunk your ambition because you thought the boardroom, the laboratory, or the government wasn't a place for people like you, destroy that belief now. We need you leading. We need you building. We need you fighting. And to the parents of LGBTQ kids, your silence is not neutral. It's compliance. Loving your child privately means nothing if you don't fight for them publicly. It means nothing if you stay quiet while lawmakers erase their existence from classrooms and public spaces. You say you want your children to succeed, to thrive, but that will never happen in a world designed to break them. You must fight harder than those working to silence them. Go to school board meetings. Fight against book bans. Demand inclusive education. Push back against anti-LGBTQ legislation. Surround your child with role models who reflect who they are and who they can become: leaders, pioneers, revolutionaries. Let them see that their future is limitless. Because here's the truth that terrifies those in power. Empowered LGBTQ kids grow into unstoppable adults. Adults who lead revolutions. Adults who rewrite laws. Adults who take over industries. Adults who challenge and change the system that was built to exclude them. And that is exactly why they're trying to break them now, before they can ever rise. But it's too late. We see the pattern. We see the manipulation. We see the cruelty hiding behind false narratives of protection. And we will not be silent. This is a call to arms, no mercy, no compromise. We must organize, educate, and infiltrate the very systems designed to keep us out. We need LGBTQ youth to know they are worthy not just of existing but of leading. We need parents to stand up, not just for their own kids, but for every child forced into silence. We need allies to stop clapping politely from the sidelines and step into the fight. We are done begging for acceptance. We demand power. Because if we don't fight for this generation of LGBTQ youth, who will? If we don't stop the systemic erasure now, we risk losing another generation, another wave of brilliant minds, strong leaders, and transformative voices silenced before they ever had a chance to speak. We will not let that happen. We refuse to lose. We refuse to let them win. The time for waiting is over. The time for leading is now. Fight like every child's future depends on it, because it does. The 21st century has brought a wave of visibility, advocacy, and policy changes for LGBTQ, transgender, and non-binary individuals. These changes have been accompanied by growing support from major corporations, which have positioned themselves as allies of these communities. On the surface, this support often appears genuine. Inclusive marketing campaigns, corporate sponsorship of pride events, employee resource groups, and donations to LGBTQ nonprofits all paint a picture of corporate progressivism and solidarity. However, behind this carefully crafted image lies a much more complex reality. The truth is that corporations, while playing a role in improving the lives of many LGBTQ, transgender, and non-binary individuals, are not driven primarily by compassion or justice. They are driven by economic interests, public relations strategies, and the pursuit of profit. Recognizing these underlying agendas is critical for any community seeking to understand its place in the modern economy, and for avoiding the pitfalls of blind trust in corporate allies. It is important to acknowledge the tangible benefits that corporate involvement has provided. Many companies have implemented anti-discrimination policies, extended healthcare coverage to include gender-affirming care, and created safer work environments for LGBTQ employees. Corporate sponsorship of pride events and funding for nonprofit organizations has allowed some advocacy groups to expand their work, fund legal battles, and provide crucial services to vulnerable community members. In certain cases, companies have even leveraged their economic influence to push for legislative changes, advocating for equal rights and protections at the state and national levels. These contributions are real, and they should not be dismissed entirely. However, understanding why companies support LGBTQ causes and the limitations of that support is essential to maintaining the independence and integrity of these movements. Corporate support is never purely altruistic. Companies invest in LGBTQ inclusion because it aligns with their business interests. First, companies have recognized the economic value of LGBTQ workers themselves. Research has shown that companies with inclusive policies often attract and retain more diverse talent, including highly skilled LGBTQ employees. These individuals, when not subjected to discrimination and fear in the workplace, are more likely to be innovative, collaborative, and productive. In short, companies support LGBTQ rights in part because they want happy, healthy, and productive workers, not because they are inherently invested in the dignity or rights of these workers as individuals. This logic extends beyond workplace policies. Corporations also recognize the economic power of LGBTQ consumers. With many LGBTQ individuals having fewer children and often higher discretionary income, they represent an attractive market segment. Companies do not simply want to be seen as allies, they want to capture the pink dollar, the estimated trillions of dollars in purchasing power held by LGBTQ consumers globally. Pride-themed merchandise, rainbow packaging, and targeted advertising campaigns during Pride Month are all clear indicators that LGBTQ visibility is profitable. This commodification of pride is not a coincidence. It is a deliberate strategy to link social justice with consumerism, where supporting equality is equated with buying a product, and where corporations control the narrative. For transgender and non-binary individuals, this economic calculation becomes even more pronounced. Corporations, especially in the healthcare and pharmaceutical sectors, have recognized the profitability of transition-related care. Gender-affirming healthcare is not cheap, and for-profit medical systems have every incentive to promote long-term, profitable relationships with transgender patients. From puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy to surgeries and ongoing psychological support, each step in the transition process generates revenue. In some cases, corporate health insurance plans that cover transition-related care are framed as acts of inclusion, but they also serve to bind transgender employees more closely to their employers, reducing turnover and increasing company loyalty. Access to health care is essential, but it is critical to understand that companies do not provide these benefits purely out of kindness. In the beauty and fashion industries, similar dynamics play out. For some transgender women, particularly those exposed to heavily idealized images of femininity in mainstream media, the desire to embody those standards can drive demand for cosmetic surgery, clothing, makeup, and beauty products. Corporations are happy to provide these products and services, not because they care about authentic self-expression, but because they profit from it. The commodification of transition-related beauty standards is part of a broader economic system that thrives on insecurity, offering costly solutions to the very anxieties it helps create. The parallels between corporate engagement with the LGBTQ community and historical patterns of corporate behavior toward women should not be overlooked. During the Industrial Revolution, corporations welcomed women into the workforce, not out of commitment to gender equality, but because women could be paid less and were seen as more compliant workers. The same dynamic plays out today. When corporations celebrate LGBTQ diversity, they are often celebrating access to a talent pool that is creative, resilient, and historically excluded, meaning these workers are sometimes willing to tolerate lower wages and poorer conditions simply to be allowed in the door. Just as corporations once used the rhetoric of opportunity to mask exploitation, they now use the language of inclusion to extract maximum value from LGBTQ workers while minimizing their own obligations. Corporations have also realized that keeping LGBTQ, transgender, and non-binary workers relatively content and free from overt discrimination is good for business. A workforce that is stressed, anxious, and fearful is less productive. By creating the appearance of inclusion through diversity training, LGBTQ employee groups, and symbolic gestures like pride flags in office lobbies, companies hope to create an environment where workers can focus on their jobs rather than on daily survival. The goal is not liberation but productivity. The same principle applies to marketing aimed at LGBTQ consumers. By aligning themselves with progressive causes, companies hope to cultivate brand loyalty among socially conscious shoppers. Whether these shoppers' rights are meaningfully advanced is secondary to ensuring they continue to spend money. This does not mean that all corporate involvement is inherently negative. In some cases, corporate funding and advocacy have helped advance important causes, especially when governments and institutions have failed to act. However, placing too much trust in corporate allies is dangerous. Corporations are not democratic institutions. Their primary loyalty is to shareholders, not to communities. Their support is contingent on profitability and public relations value, not on principle. The same company that sponsors a pride parade might donate to politicians who oppose LGBTQ rights. The same corporation that funds transgender healthcare might simultaneously exploit labor practices that disproportionately harm marginalized workers. These contradictions are not accidental. They reflect the fact that corporations operate according to profit motives, not moral clarity. For LGBTQ, transgender, and non-binary communities, the challenge is to navigate this landscape strategically. It is possible to accept corporate funding or support while remaining critical of the motivations behind it. It is possible to work within corporate environments while demanding genuine accountability and systemic change. What is not possible is to mistake corporate participation for true liberation. Liberation requires confronting and transforming the very economic and social systems that exploit vulnerability and difference for profit. Corporations are not designed to do that work. The danger comes when LGBTQ movements become too dependent on corporate funding and too closely aligned with corporate interests. When that happens, movements risk losing their autonomy and their ability to criticize the very systems that perpetuate inequality. They risk becoming branding exercises, useful only so long as they are profitable. True progress requires independent organizing, community-based power, and a clear-eyed understanding that corporate support is conditional, self-interested, and subject to change whenever the bottom line demands it. As the LGBTQ, transgender, and non-binary communities continue to fight for dignity, safety, and equality, they must remain aware of these dynamics. Corporations can be useful allies in certain contexts, but they are not friends. They are entities driven by profit and self-preservation, willing to adapt to social change only when it serves their interests. Understanding this reality is not cynicism, it is necessary self-defense. Accepting help when it advances the cause is fine. Forgetting whose interests truly shape corporate behavior is dangerous. In the end, the struggle for LGBTQ, transgender, and non-binary rights is not a marketing campaign or a corporate initiative. It is a fight for justice, self-determination, and freedom from systems that profit from our pain and insecurity. To win that fight, we must remain clear-eyed about who our allies are, who they are not, and why some doors only open when it benefits those holding the keys. The goal is not just to survive within the system, it is to change the system itself. That change will never come from the boardroom. It will come from the collective power of those who refuse to be bought, silenced, or defined by anyone other than themselves. Thank you for listening to all these clips and for being part of this important conversation. Your support and your willingness to listen, reflect, and share these messages helps amplify the voices and stories that need to be heard. The fight for equality, respect, and dignity is far from over, and together, we can keep it moving forward. Please share these clips with your friends, your family, and your communities. Every conversation matters. Every share helps, and awareness is the first step toward change. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel so you can stay up to date with all our future content. You can also follow us on social media to stay connected and continue being part of the conversation. Thank you once again for your time and your support. This has been a production of Vox Ariana, based in Montevideo, Uruguay, a project by Juan Pablo Milesi. Vox Ariana, where we bring you quotes, insights, news, and inspiration for your journey. Tune in for our short stories and uplifting audio pieces, written by J.P. Milesi. Stay inspired, stay empowered.
You're tuned in to Vox Ariana, where every word is a reminder that you are enough, just as you are. No fear, no shame, only the freedom to live, love, and be unapologetically you. Let go of the doubt, embrace your truth, and step into your power. This is Vox Ariana, your voice, your story, your strength.
The program has now come to an end, but our work continues. Up next, we'll bring you messages for our transgender and non-binary community, words of support, strength, and empowerment for everyone who needs to hear them. Please stay tuned here on Vox Ariana.